And then there you go. Oh, it seems like Cherno's cleaning up just as I'm starting up, so. Hi, Cherno. But anyways, hello everyone and welcome back to Snowbreak. I know it's been a little bit, and I also know that I have been streaming a lot past few days. Mostly work. I don't know if I told you guys yet. I don't think I did. But I got a new job recently. So there's a bit of like a transition period, but hopefully this job will end up being better for me, and maybe it will even give me some more like free time to do streams more often, because as you can see, my current job right now is yeah, my current job has it being very restrictive on my hours basically. So but we'll see how this new job goes. So I think it starts literally like as like the next Discord schedule comes out, which I am gonna have to put the next schedule there. So, but yeah. Anyways, I can worry about that later. For now, we're basically gonna do. So my plans for today is to basically do everything that we can for the event. I know we have 21 days left, but there's like a lot of stuff we need to do. And then yeah, I kind of did that and that. This one's not out yet. This one out yet? Yeah, this one's not out yet either. This one finished, the Defense Line 0. So that one I had to do off screen, but it's just the Defense Line one, so it's not that big a deal. But I wanted to try to get like everything else finished and done as much as we can today. So, and I figured we start with probably the main event. Is we do Abyssal Dawn, the actual story mode Abyssal Dawn. So, yeah. So I say we jump right into this, do as much as we can for Snowbreak. If we have time, there's another gacha game that I was recommended recently that I maybe will check out today. We'll see, but that depends on how long it takes us to get through this story and then all the event stuff. So, yeah, without further ado, let's just go ahead and jump right into the story. Unyielding Wish. Target down. Acropolis investigator. Okay. Nerida the Styx Reader. That's a cool name, isn't it? Damn. So she's the new girl, Nerida the Styx Reader. A deafening thud shook the battlefield as the Leviathan crashed to the ground, its impact snuffing out the raging flames in an instant. As the dust settled, a lone figure emerged, her lean, sculpted form clad in a dark combat suit. Silver gray hair swaying in the faint moonlight, and her eyes gleamed of a cold steel. A Hela-class Titan, just a pile of scrap metal. With a flicker of her finger, she brushed the ash from her shoulder. Her icy, dismissive remark cut through the air like a blade, a sharp sting to those who had just escaped death. But none of them protested. How could they? Behind the woman lay the crumbled remains of the Hela-class Titan, undeniable proof of her words. The towering colossus that had nearly wiped out an entire team of elite investigators was now nothing more than a lifeless husk beneath her heels. Are you Miss Nerida? Thank you so much for saving us. The older of the two investigators summoned her courage, stepping forward to speak to Nerida. She didn't spare them a glance. Without a word, she turned and strode away, her silhouette edged against the dying embers of battle, like a goddess of death risen from the underworld. We're here to assist you. You will die. There's no point in throwing your lives away. Damn. Her authoritative tone left no room for argument, further unsettling the shaking survivors. Yet she was right. Ahead lay the remains of the Lang North, once a city of miracles, a gem of human civilization, but that now is reduced to nothing but a living hell by Titan contamination. For them, stepping into that place would be as good as suicide. From this point on, the battlefield belonged to Nerida alone.
Nerida senpai, 笑ってるのになんであんなに怖いんだろう。
Terrifying.
なんだかタイタンよりも。
Even when she smiles, she's scarier than the Titans.
だってあの方、正真正銘のスティクスリーパーだから。
Well, they don't call the Styx Reaper for nothing. Yeah.
無理やり駆り出された私たちと違って、タイタンとの真っ向勝負が日常茶飯事のような人なのよ。
Unlike us, who were thrown into this nightmare with no choice, battling Titans was just another day for her. I feel like her and Life would really get along. Because both of them are very cold, collective, and really good at killing Titans. As the woman faded into the distance, the survivors finally exhaled, only now realizing they'd been holding their breath. A storm of emotions churned within them. Relief of escaping death. Helplessness in the face of an overwhelming foe, and above all, a revere for the woman known as the strongest of them all. In the end, those feelings twisted and melded together, becoming something else, a certain kind of pride.
本当に味方でよかった。
I'm just glad she's on our side, yeah.
でもそれがいつまで続くかは。
Oh, but she won't be for long, will she? So is there a reason why she would turn against everyone? It was a perfect day in home, bright, clear, and comfortably warm. The glass facade of the grand white structure shimmering under the dazzling sunlight. There's Nita, who's finally getting her 5-star, which I did get. We need to upgrade her a bit. Which is another thing we'll do today. We'll probably do this like a little event thing to help get stuff for her. So I'm probably gonna play that after this. But what a beautiful day! Hey Jason, do you think I should go pack my new bathing suit too? As much as I'd love to say yes, we kind of leave in like 10 minutes. Besides, unless you figure out how to sunbathe under storm clouds, do you know the forecast at our destination?
忘れてないよ。現実から目をそらしてるだけだから。
Yeah, I was just trying not to face reality. Nita laced her fingers behind her head, gave me a small shake of frustration, then joked.
だってほら、せっかく分析員と海に行くんだから、私のパーフェクトボディを見せなきゃって思ってさ。
I mean, come on. How often do I get a chance to hit the beach with you? You expect me to not flex these killer muscles I've been putting into work, you know? That is true. She does have some really nice muscles. I mean, I like to think that I'm starting to get like a little bit of, you know, muscles here and there, just saying. But yeah, Nita's muscles are probably bigger than mine, I'll admit that. See? With that, she started a dramatic pose as if she was competing in a bodybuilding competition. I literally just did the same thing, that's funny. Oh, Nita, you're adorably clueless about these things. Soft laughter rippled throughout the girls as Katja narrowed her eyes and sighed. That's not how you get the adjacent's heart racing. Huh? Actually, I do I do like some good muscles, honestly. I mean, I am into a variety of things, but for the sake of Nita, this time I'm gonna be like, actually, I do got to think for muscles. Really? So there's still some things I can learn about you. Katja chuckled as she stepped closer, running a finger along my cheek. Hey, Katja. Cheeks not burning, breathing steady. It seems you're not lying. Alright then. Guess I better start working on my abs. Katja shook her head with her hands on her hips. No need to change yourself for me. You're all attractive in your own different ways. I mean, that's true. All the girls in this game are pretty much different tropes of attractiveness.
フリティア先生、風邪でもひいちゃったの？
Oh yeah, her Boo Boo's coming, like getting a rerun here soon, I think. So I might try to see if I can get Boo Boo when her rerun starts. I still need to get the new girl though, Nihirda. So, ooh, I don't know if I'm gonna choose between Boo Boo or her though. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Professor Free, are you catching a cold?
さらっとそんなことを言うなんて、さすが分析員ね。
Only you can say something like that with a straight face.
どうやら余計なおせっかいだったみたい。
Guess I don't know you as well as I thought.
今回の任務で選ばれなかったのが、やっぱり悔しいわ。
Speaking of surprises, I'm still sore that you didn't pick me for this mission this time. I mean, you've been having a lot of attention in the game lately, honestly. I think even right now you currently have like a rerun thing going for Dawnstar outfit. Yeah, Katja gets a lot of love in this game. Surprisingly more than like, I believe probably even more than like Life and Fenny almost. Because Life and Fenny get like a lot of love in this game too, because they're like the main two characters that like started this.
この後隙をついて、こっそり飛行機に忍び込もうかしら。
Oh, I know. Maybe I'll sneak into the plane when no one's looking.
それは無理だね。今回は私、24時間ずっと分析員のそばに。
Yeah, Nita needs some love. It's about time she finally got a 5-star version, and she has not been on a lot of mission stuff in a while, so yeah, no, this is Nita's time to shine. As much as I love Katja, it's Nita's time to shine. So, and I'm sticking, like she said, I'm sticking with her for 24 hours a day. Is that really necessary? It's absolutely necessary, yes. See, again, Nita agrees, absolutely. I mean, if days were longer, I'd probably go for 432 hours straight. A lot of hours. Well then, since Nita's so determined to guard the adjacent, I can sleep easier knowing while you're away. I mean, that's true. If Nita's our bodyguard, we're fucking fine. Katja's playful smile faded, her expression turning more serious as she met my gaze. Safe travels, adjacent. Same to you, Katja. Good luck with the recon operation, Philosa.
もちろん、分析員たちが帰ってくるまでに終わらせておくわ。
You can count on me. We'll have everything wrapped up by the time you get back. Oh, I see. So Katja... I'm assuming it's Katja, Boo Boo, and Frida going on one mission, and then me, Nita, and maybe someone else going on another one? I don't know. What's wrong, Boo Boo?
なんかごめんね。私の実力じゃきっと今回も分析員の力になれないと思うけど。
Sorry, I'm no enough strong enough to join you in this mission this time. I mean, you are just still learning to become a manifestation, so yeah, I guess you are kind of on the weaker end, but...
でもやっぱりもう一
She'll get real
度
strong,
と
I'm
一緒
sure.
に解禁がしたい。
But still, I really want to go out in the field with you again. We will someday. Actually, there's something else I'd like you to help me with.
本当？この天使ブブに何でもお任せあれ。
Really? You need something from me, Jason? Yes. While I'm away, could you go through the intel we got from our field trip in Shozo? We didn't find Rose in there last time, but she definitely left some traces.
うまくできるかわからないけど、みんなに追いつくために頑張るから。
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure if I can nail it, but I'll give it my all. Oh, and one more thing.
何？まだ何かあるの？
What else? Anything for you. If you have time, could you perform one of your geomancer rituals and make the weather at the base as sunny as it is here today?
なんだ。それくらい安心して任せておいて。
No problem. It's a walk in the park for Boo Boo the Geomancer. With a proud grin, she puffed out her chest and gave it a confident pat. Even though it was just a lighthearted joke, she was playing along with complete sincerity.
ちょっと。
Wait a minute. Yao elbowed her way through the group before jogging her way up to me.
アクロポリス学院の人も同行するんでしょ？ちゃんと身だしなみには気をつけてね。
I heard someone from the Academia Apocalypse is joining you in this mission. I better make you look presentable. Oh, so it's probably Katja, Frida, And maybe Yao, because it sounds like Boo Boo's not going with them. So maybe, yeah, so maybe it's Katja, Frida, and Yao going on a mission, and then I guess it's me, Nita, and someone from the Academia? Okay. Oh god, last time we met someone from the Academia, that was the girl with the giraffe head. Which was very interesting. Her cheeks flushed as she bowed her head, gently smoothing the creases in my coat. Ever since our covenant, she's been starting to putting more effort into certain things. What if I end up looking too good and accidentally steal their hearts? So what? I don't care. Despite her words, her pout told a different story. Then, with everyone watching, she rose to her tiptoes and pressed a soft kiss on my lips. Oh, that's fighting words in this place. Just don't take too long, okay? We'll be waiting. I'll be back before you know it. Jeez, yeah, chill. I'll take care of the adjacent. He's in good hands with me. Again, yeah, no, if Nita's my bodyguard, we're fine, because with her strength, I'm not going to have anything to worry about. Oh, you sure he won't be the one taking care of you? Ooh, shark comeback. Anyways, just make sure you both come back in one piece. I'm sure we'll be fine. Alright, time to set off. Alright, everyone, see ya. After waving goodbye to the others, Nita stepped up beside me, flashing a confident smile. With all eyes on us, she threw an arm around my shoulder. I've got this, just watch me. I glanced her way, unable to hold back a nice grin. Oh, and here I thought I've been watching you this whole time. I guess can't argue that. A faint blush swept across her face as she quickly shook it off in her signature spirit light laughter. Warm sun steamed through the porthole windows, casting a soft glow over us. Seated by the window, Nita's tan skin shimmered in the light, radiating a quiet warmth. During the flight, she spent a long time telling me about her training, how hard she's been pushing herself lately. Eventually, a wave of drowsiness caught up to her, though. And that's when we finally saved enough to rebuild the orphanage. Oh yeah, she's dozing off. Yeah, she dozed off. Before she could even finish any further, her head gently tipped onto my shoulder, her breathing slowing into a calm, steady rhythm. She was sound asleep. Watching her this relaxed filled me with a quiet sense of peace and comfort. It would be a while before we arrive. Maybe I should get some rest too and make the most of this warm sunshine. Adjusting my posture, I closed my eyes, letting the gentle warmth lure me down to sleep. Oh, back just cracked. The cabin was hushed and cozy, with only the occasional murmurs and slumber breaking the silence. The weightlessness still felt like a dream unfolding in slow motion, drawing me deeper into its embrace. Speaking of dreams, somewhere in this hazy blur in my mind I saw her again, the girl who had been frequently in my dreams recently. This time, she wasn't hidden behind any screen. She stood right in front of me, dressed in a pristine white dress. Her lips parted, her voice as clear as if she was truly there. Is that Edna? Please. Please don't leave me. Cobalt. By the time I woke up, the world outside the porthole had completely changed. The warm spring sunlight was gone, replaced with heavy clouds stretching endlessly across a dull gray sky. Anita, I think we're almost there. Already? Nita rubbed her cheek against my shoulder, her eyes fluttering open. Wait, why is it so dark? Did I sleep all day? Approaching designated landing site. No immediate threats detected. Preparing to descent. That's good. Hold on tight. Okay. The aircraft lurched sharply as it began its ascent, turbulence rallying us in our seats. It's kind of cute that Nita was startled by that. Great, my communicator signal is now completely dead. Probably the aftermath of the recent Titan descent. Contamination levels must be dangerously high here. Until we set up a domesticated comms station, we're going to be completely cut off. The moment I stepped out of the hatch, a familiar stifling heaviness settled over me. The Titan contamination here was nearly as bad as in the drowned section, but the dead signal wasn't our only problem. Nita, how are you feeling? Oh, me? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. See, arms, legs, and everything's working fine. With that, she threw a quick flurry of punches right in my face. Well, that's good to hear. Looks like the new exosuits also boost your resistance to Titan contaminations. Speaking of which... Oh, you mean my new Pulse outfit? I'm actually wearing it underneath my current one. She pulled up her top, revealing the gold fabric underneath. The material looked like some kind of synthetic fiber. Soft, yet incredibly durable, molding perfectly to her form. Looks great. Why are you keeping it covered then? Even though I passed the adaptive test, I still feel more comfortable in my old gear. She scratched the back of her head, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes before she clenched her fist again. I want to save the Pulse's power for when it really matters. Her expression tensed just slightly, but it was enough for me to catch the message. I could tell she wasn't completely confident in handling the new exosuit yet. Like Fenny and Life's new exosuits before her, Pulse could push its wearers due to its full potential, drastically boosting their combat power, but it required absolute control from the user. And despite Nina's usual tough and confident exterior, deep down... Oh yeah, flashback. I did it. I survived the side effects from the Baldur inhibitors, became a manifestation, and joined Himmelforce. Then I didn't need to worry about where my next wheel would come from or where I sleep each night. I live in the base, I can sleep in my bed if I want, or even on the couch, and there's always food in the pantry. There's no Titan contamination, and the air smells nicer. And you're there too. Aww. I never cared what other people thought before me, but you make me question everything. You're the first person to make me worry about myself and to make me feel humble. I'm so scared to disappoint you that I started to care about what you think of me. Really unlike me. Deep down, she had her own fears and insecurities. Only I understood why, because she cherished her hard-won happiness too much to risk losing it. So I chose not to say anything, and instead I just smiled and gave her a cheekish, gentle pinch. Well, let's just call it the ace up our sleeves then. Whatever works best for you. A flicker of surprise crossed Nita's face. Besides, no matter which exosuit you wear, I know you'll handle it just fine.
もちろんだよ。分析員がそばにいるからさ。
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're with me, I can handle anything. She nodded as her confident smile settled back into place. Seeing that she had cheered up, I steered the conversation back to the mission. By the way, Nita, have you spotted the Academia Acropolis aircraft yet?
様子を見てくるよ。ちょっと待ってて。
I'll take a look. Give me a second. With that, Nita climbed on top of a collapsed stone pillar, using the rubble for cover as she scanned the horizon.
どうやら私たち以外の飛行機はないみたい。
As far as I can see, it's just us. No other aircraft in sight. That doesn't add up. According to the last update from the Acropolis, investigator Narita was supposed to arrive 30 minutes ahead of us to set up the comm station. Narita. Okay, so she's from the Academia.
あ、待って分析員。あそこに飛行機が。
Oh wait, look over there. Chase it. It's a plane.
アクロポリス学院のものみたい。でも墜落してるし、もしかしたらネリーダの。
That's the Institute's aircraft, but it looks like it crashed. Does that mean Miss Narita is... Following the gaze, I pulled out my binoculars to scan the rocky shoreline in the distance. No, I'm sure she's fine. Need to study the wreckage again, then a realization dawned on her. Oh yeah, there's no bodies or signs of blood. I nodded and gestured towards another spot nearby. Look over there. Looks like footprints and drag marks. Yeah, looks like she dragged something heavy towards the center of the structure like a crate. I see. She jumped down from the pillar, readjusted her weapon, then pulled her tactical cloak over her shoulder. We're going in stealth, right? I gave her another nod. This was Nita in combat mode. Sharp, precise, meticulous, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. As for Narita, yeah, you're still in the Academia Acropolis might have been allies on paper, but we still couldn't be sure if we fully trust her to be on our side. Adjacent, I think I see some newly formed change in the distance. That could be the communication hotspot. We might even find a Mori fragment there. Using my senses of the area ahead, I felt an unusual dense surge of energy. Wait, a Mori fragment? You mean like there could be another mid-sized Titan here? It's exactly what I'm worried about. Usually, Mori fragments or deleted Titagen only appear in the wake of the Titan descent. Which means the fallout from the 1 week ago still wasn't over. What really puzzled me, though, was how Narita, a half manifest... Oh, she's half manifestation. Interesting. Half manifestation had managed to survive on such an extreme Taijin contamination. I'm interested to see what a half manifestation is. Because how do you only become half of like a superpowered person? Did she not have like a duo or something? She's called the Styx Reaper. She might even be a bigger headache than the Titan. Well, I guess I'll have to see for myself. Well, I think we're about to go meet her then. Alright. Why is this writing up? There you go. Alright, on to the combat mission. Oh, there's experience mode. Experience mode stages will no longer consume presents. First clear rewards will still be earned in this mode. Other completion rewards won't be granted. Oh. So yeah, I would want the whole... Oh, so I see. So you can complete if you just want to do it for the story and not consume... Oh, that's a good idea. So you don't have to consume presents in order to do these, but you don't get as many rewards. I guess that makes sense. I would rather just do it just to get the rewards then, so... oh good, I don't have to do the trial one. I can bring mine if I want to. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring my 4-star one because my 5-star one's not ready yet. Actually, which is stronger, this one or this one? Oh man, theirs is stronger than mine. So wait, did Katja come with us? Because Katja's right here. I don't know. Yeah, see, look, I got the new one. The new Nita. I just need to work on her because I don't have a weapon or anything for her yet. I just got to level 80. Alright, we'll bring Achel. Yeah, we'll just use the trial one, it's fine. Yeah, this base does kind of look more like a temple. Oh god. I think we saw these guys near like... When did we see these guys? We saw these guys, I think, in like one of the events or something.
Just you wait. Someone's looking for trouble.
But yeah, this place does kind of look like an ocean temple of some sort.
Looking
for trouble.
わかってるよ。暗がりに敵が潜んでいるかもでしょ。分析員がいることだし、きっと大丈夫だって。さて、私たちの力を見せつけちゃおう。
Yeah, I can't reach that well from here.
もっと得意分野よ。
There we go.
あれ、足跡はここで途切れたよ。
I am your destroyer, your protector. Don't know why you're even trying. Just you wait.
Come on, there you go. It's been a while since I've actually played as Nita, so I need to get back into her playset. Oh, I can't open this? Oh, sad. Wonder why there was a chest there that I couldn't open. Weird.
Huh? That's all they've got?
Weird. Take care, my love. Ooh. We fought our way through a wave after wave of enemies, reaching the end of the path. Oh, newborn titan. Not a single human was in sight in the plaza before the elevator shaft. Instead, a massive energy pulsed erratically in the air, its eerie glow twisting and writhing as it slowly took shape. The surrounding enemies seemed drawn to the anomaly, flocking towards it like moss to a flame. That big guy's our target, right? I didn't slow down and shooting Nita a knowing look. Got it. She clenched her fist and with a sharp mechanical whirl, the robotic arms on her back unfolded. Leave the small fry to me. Quiet. Without warning, several glowing energy ribbons shot out from beneath the ground. Jason, watch out! There's an ambush! Reacting instantly, Nita shifted her stance, deploying her mechanical arms into a solid shield between me and the ribbons. Wait. In her rush to protect me, she had overlooked one small detail. This wasn't an ambush, or rather, if it wasn't aimed at me. Those ribbons were meant to ensnare or strike. These were conduits for channeling energy, and the target at their focal point was the newborn Titan. The newborn Titan. Good riddance. A deafening boom ripped through the area as massive energy beams erupted from the point where the ribbons converged, slicing straight through the Titan. Taking advantage of the opening, I locked onto its core and hurled a grenade. Nita, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. So that attack wasn't meant for us, huh? Oh. People could say that you cheat death. Guess they weren't wrong. A bold, teasing laugh sliced through the night air. Ooh. She's very pretty. I look up, drawn to its source, her gaze sharp and predatory, gleaming as if she had just locked on to the new fresh prey. Perched on top of a towering pile of rubble, she lounged effortlessly with one leg crossed over the other, the tip of her boot tapping lightly as if keeping time to an unheard beat. A swirling ribbon of energy coiled between her fingers, its crimson sheen accumulating her cold, striking features. Beautiful, but deadly. With a flick of her wrist, the energy ribbon snapped taut, and her icy red lips curved into an unscrutable smile. So you're Cobalt, the legendary hero from Abyssal. That's you, isn't it? Hey, how about you introduce yourself first before you start grilling us? Let's see. From one battlefield to the next, the Fifth Research Institute, Yethris, New Ontario, and most recently, the G family manor in Beijing. She completely ignored Nita. By now, I imagine you walked through hell and back more times than you care to admit. She tilted her head slightly, her piercing gaze slicing through me like a blade, as though silently asking, have you really lost all fear of death? I didn't flinch, and instead I met her gaze head-on. A quiet, reassuring smile tugged at my lips. I appreciate the compliment, but let's get one thing straight. Oh, and what's that? So far, I haven't felt even the slightest threat of death here. For a split second, surprise flickered in her eyes, only to melt into something more unreadable. Amusement, intrigue, maybe even a little bit of fascination. Oh, so she already loves us. That's good. Another girl to the harem. That's pretty much what it is. Interesting. She rose to her feet with an effortless grace. Her heels clicked against the rubble, each step measured deliberately, closing the distance between us. I am Narita, Chief Investigator of the Academia Acropolis. With a subtle nod and a fleeting glint of approval, she extended her hand, palm up as if offering an invitation. But I knew better. This wasn't a friendly gesture, it was a test, an unspoken challenge. Oi, Narita. Nita saw right through her too. She stepped in front of me, positioning herself as a shield, her glance as sharp as a blade sheath. If you try laying a finger on the adjacent, I'll make sure you regret it. The air grew heavy with tension, pressing it around them. I let out a slow, measured breath. Give Nita a shoulder pat. Since you've already heard about us, I guess there's no need for an introduction. So let's cut to the chase. Narita, we accept your cooperation request. Both of them froze for a moment, but Narita quickly regained her composure.
ブロックセラムを回収するまで退屈しなさそうだ。
This mission to recover the confinement serum just got interesting. She cast Nita a fleeting, frosty glance.
こんな彼氏がいるとは幸運だな。
You know, you're lucky having a partner like this.
彼氏？
Partner?
そうだよ。羨ましいだろ。
Yeah, you must be jealous of us, huh? Even though she tried to play it cool, the bright red of her earlobes betrayed her.
ならこうしよう。
Well, then it's settled. She tightened her grip on my hand, making her intent unmistakably clear.
分析員、任務を終えたら一緒にアクロポリス学院に来てほしい。
Cobalt, once this mission is over, I'm going to take you back to the Academia Acropolis with me.
それはまず私を通してもらうよ。
You have to get through me first. God, who would win the fight between Narita and Nita? That seems like a ultimate sword versus ultimate shield kind of like dilemma. Because Nita's pretty fucking tanky, but it sounds like Narita can definitely do some damage. I don't know, I kind of like to see that fight, honestly. Before I could respond, Nita clenched her fist, stepping in to answer on my behalf. At that, Narita let out a quiet chuckle, releasing my hand and turning her attention back to the Titan remains.
冗談だ。忘れてくれ。
I'm just joking.
そうだ。一応聞く。
I somehow don't think that was a joke.
私に任せてくれないか。
That aside, out of formality, I suppose I should check with you first. Would you mind if I handle the Titan core? Go right ahead. I didn't stop her. Instead, I watched closely, waiting to see what she could do next. Taking a deep breath, she stretched out her hands towards the still flickering mass of energy. Then I saw something remarkable. The essence within the deleted Titangen surged towards her, pouring into her body like waves crashing on the shore.
なんだ？食事に誘ってほしいのか？
What's the matter? You want to join me for dinner? Noticing my gaze, she turned, her lips curled into a playful smirk. Then it hit me. She must be like those half manifestations in the military. Essentially, they harness Taijin to push the limits of human potential. However, you do realize the consequences of what you're doing, right?
バカを言え。どうなるかは百も承知だ。
Of course, but someone
誰
has
か
to
が
do
や
it.
らなくてはならなくてな。ここまで来ているお前ならよくわかっているはずだ。
And let's be honest, you know this as well as I do.
強者たる者、己の命以外にもたくさん背負わなくちゃならない。
The strong don't fight only for themselves. An unexpected response, yet the sincerity in her eyes made it hard to doubt. To confirm my suspicion, I closed my eyes and focused on the energy she was giving off.
あんたみたいな人、アクロポリス学院にはまだまだいるってこと？じゃあ、
Are there others like you in the Academia Acropolis? Do they also...
欲しいが、そんな彼女たちはいない。
Sadly, there are no others. She closed her eyes, her gray lashes fluttering slightly, casting a soft shadow beneath them. Her lips held their usual poised curve, yet a subtle wistfulness flickered in her gaze.
この道に踏み入って、この力を使いこなせたのは、最初から最後まで私一人だ。
Of all who have walked this path, I've always been the one capable of wielding this power.
待たせたね。
Thanks for waiting. After a long while, as the last traces of the depleted Taijin faded, Narita and I opened our eyes at the same time. Let's move on, Narita. We still have the comm station, don't you? Earlier, while tracking her, we found more than just footprints. They've also been deep drag marks, clear evidence that she's been hauling something heavy.
おお、鋭い観察眼を持っているようだ。
Sharp observation, I must say. With a slight curl of her finger, an energy ribbon lashed forward, yanking at a steel crate from behind the rubble.
汚染源はもう排除されたわけだ。ここに置いておこう。
Since the contamination source is gone, let's just set it up right here.
ここに?
Right here? In the open? Yeah, I guess it's close to the lift and surrounded by solid cover. Should be easy to defend, hard to breach. I looked around and nodded in agreement. She was right. Once the comm station was set up, she stepped into the lift, heading down to the seafloor, the location of the confinement serum, our objective. It was also the most heavily contaminated place in the area after the Titan descent. And if my instincts were right, a large Titan should be waiting for us down there too. Yay! We get to go to the bottom of the ocean. My favorite. The cramped elevator intensified the scents around me. A summer golden fruit on one side and a winter solemn pine on the other, both filling my senses at once. I stood between them, their contrasting notes intertwining yet never bleeding. Suddenly, a glint of metal caught my eye. Pinned to Naressa's chest was a small insignia, its shape distinct and unmistakable. I recognized it instantly. It was a Yethris aerospace badge. Are you from Yethris? Her hand brushed over the badge, fingers lingering on the star-shaped mark, as if reaching for a long-forgotten memory.
というよりだった。もう昔のことだから。
I grew up in Yethris, but that was a very long time ago. That explained a lot. Earlier, as I watched her absorb the energy, something did feel off. The Taijin was corroding her nerves. She could slow the damage by constantly drawing in its energy and outward, but there's no visible symptoms. But unlike my ability to convert Taijin energy, all she could do was subdue it. Put simply, it was like replacing bricks in a fortress wall, one by one, with fragile glass. Sooner or later, though, that wall is going to collapse. And I was certain that she knew this too. In truth, the one who had walked through hell and back countless times and lost all fear of death wasn't me, but rather it was her. The soft hum of the elevator was reminiscent of the northern winds, winds that carried echoes of the distant past. Just like the people of Yethris who spent their lives battling natural disasters, oppression, and fate itself, Narita too bore the weight of a life with no other options. Yeah, the people of Yethris really had it rough. Alright, further down we go. Oh, cool, we get to play as her now. And speaking of people from Yethris, we have Achel. So it fits perfectly that we have her come with us too, because she's also from Yethris. Ooh, I remember that scene. That was a good scene. Alright, I don't remember how she plays, but let's see. Assault rifle first off. Those are little ribbons. Yeah, it's been a little bit since I played the practice one, so I don't fully remember how this works. Move the cube. Shoot the puzzle key cube to move it in one direction until it hits an object. Move all cubes to the designated point in order to complete the challenge. You can use the reset button to reset the cubes in starting position to reset the puzzle. Okay, so we just gotta get... Oh, so it's just like one of these puzzles. We just gotta shoot it into the right spot. There you go. That's not hard. There you go. So there. Oh, I guess I gotta go around there. And then there. There you go. Oh, we got 2 this time. Okay. Okay, so I was curious if they could fall off the edge. I guess they can. Okay. Because I was like, you could easily just do this, get that down there, and then get them in that way. But, yeah, that's not the case. Yeah, because that won't stop there. See, more got to do it. Okay, I think I see it. So you got to go this way. This way. There. There you go.
これで奪えたの？さすがアクロポリス学園。ハイテクだね。
So what's with these? I don't know why there's these lost
下からなんか聞こえてこない？
Oh.
まだ続くぞ。こんなに。
Ooh, we got a cutscene. Okay. Nice job, Nita. And that's why we have our shield there. Yeah, honestly, these two seem like they might make a good team, like a shield and a sword. Great. The only way to the seafloor lab just caved in. Just our luck. No, it's not the only way. Narita, can you pull up the facility's structural map? Narita didn't respond. She simply stared at the collapsed tunnel, her expression unreadable as if lost in thought. Narita? Right. The sound of my voice seemed to pull her back out of it. Without a word, she closed her eyes and lifted a hand to brush back the loose strands from her forehead. And just like that, her composure returned and she met my gaze with gave a slight nod. Yes. There's another way to the seafloor lab. Aside from the tunnel, there's also a freight lift in the center area that leads straight down. There's a catch, though, isn't it? Looks like you've done your homework. To activate the lift, we'll need a massive amount of power along with direct support from the Charon AI system. The Charon Sea Base was originally designed to develop an AI system capable of ensuring human safety in extreme environments. The result of the research was Charon, an advanced AI system. However, its development was shut off for violating the ban of sentient AIs. At the time, Abyssal exerted heavy pressure of the Academia Proclus to terminate the project. But not everyone wanted to comply with this. Resistance flared amongst the researchers, and before long it escalated into a full-blown riot. In the end, the faction advocating for containment prevailed. Using the confinement serum, a specialized Tygen inhibitor, tongue twisted. They successfully severed Charon's power supply. With that, the partnership fell apart. Per the agreement, all research, including the confinement serum, was sealed away at the seafloor base. The official story framed it as a lab accident caused by an AI malfunction. But actually, it was a riot for sentient AI. Okay. As I was mentally reviewing the confidential files Caroline sent me, a sudden beep snapped me out of my thoughts. Jason, you're getting... Wait, my terminal's beeping too. All three of us reached for our terminals at the same time.
内容は座標のみのようだが
There's simple coordinates, but nothing else.
私を捨てないで。
Oh, I wonder if this is Sharon then, trying to communicate with us. Please don't leave me.
守りたい。
I still want to protect. No, there was also a message, but they just couldn't see it. A fleeting vision flashed through my mind and vanquished as quickly as it came.
救難信号だ
Must be a distress signal.
ここへ来る前も似たような信号を受け取ったよね。
We picked up a similar one before we got here.
なら確かめに行こ
Let's check it out. Nuri and I spoke at the exact same time. It could be a trap, but if we move in, we might get close to whatever's pulling the strings behind the scene.
そうだね。ビビってもしょうがないし。
You mean whether it's Rosen or Edna?
罠を仕掛けこっちから乗っかってあいつを引っ張り出してぶっ潰してやる。
I mean, if they're dangling bait, we'll just drag them down and take them out. Simple as that. For the first time, we were completely on the same page. Besides, ignoring those in need isn't how we do things in the Himmelforce. She didn't even seem to realize it herself, but when Narita looked at me again, there was a newfound glint of approval, perhaps even admiration in her gaze. Yeah, I think she likes us. After a long trek, we finally reached the coordinates from the signal. It was dimly lit, abandoned storage room. At its center stood a massive metal cabinet, its indicator lights flickering like faint fireflies in the dark.
信号はこのロッカーから出てるよ。鍵がかかってるみたいだけど。
So this is where the signal's coming from, but it looks like it's locked. Without a word, Narita stepped past Nita and keyed in a sequence of numbers.
パスワードを確認しました。使用権限の確認のため、遺伝子データを提出してください。
Well, damn, that was easy. Password verified, submit genetic data for operator clearance verification. Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall into the sample collection dish.
認証完了。解除する権限を確認できませんでした。
Clearance check complete. Operator does not meet access requirements. Allow me. I placed a hand on Narita's shoulder, signaling her to step aside. Her eyes widened a little bit in shock. An understandable reaction, as no one expected me to have any connection to a piece of technology from the Academia Acropolis. But what she didn't know, however, was that for someone like me, bypassing a biometric authentication system was nothing more than child's play.
認証完了。使用権限を確認しました。
Clearance check complete, operator access granted. So that explains also, now that I'm thinking about it, of why Narita's here. Because if this place was originally a place where both of us kind of like worked together to create projects, it makes sense that if we're going to open this place back up and look in it, we should have a representative from each side to like look in. So I guess that makes sense. Oh, and there's the little girl. And there, standing before us, was a petite figure, a girl with white as freshly fallen snow hair, draped in an immaculate white dress. So I'm wondering if you must be Sharon.
女の子？
Is that a little girl?
ういやヒューマノイドの類だろう
Not quite. That's a synthetic. What Narita meant was likely a robotic construct, but unlike traditional robots, a synthetic structure and systems are far too closer to that of a living being.
これ本当に数十年前に作られたものなの？
Wow, they really built something like that all those years ago? Excuse me.
喋った。
She could talk! Yeah.
間違いじゃないといいですが、皆さんは人間ですよね。
If I'm not mistaken, you're all human, right? Her voice trembling as she spoke, timid and uncertain. Confusion, hesitation, and fear, emotions not typically associated with a synthetic, felt undeniably real in this little girl. Yeah, we're human. I gave it a moment's thought before nodding, then easing my grip on my half-drawn weapon. I let it slide back into the holster.
よかった。
That's a relief. The tension in her voice melted away as she exhaled deeply, a hint of joy crossing her face.
さっきの救難信号送ったのはあんたなの？
So the distress signal, was that coming from you?
救難信号？
Distress signal?
あ、もしかしてスリープ中に送っちゃったんですか？
Oh, did I send one while I was asleep?
人間じゃないことを自覚しているんだな。
You know you're not human, right? Clearly, Narita had the same question on her mind, though she was a bit too blunt about it.
はい、私はアクロポリス学院が開発したヒューマノイドです。
That's right, I'm a synthetic developed by the Academia Acropolis. She didn't seem to mind the insensitive remark. In fact, she straightened up and even patted her chest with a hint of pride about it. Besides that, what else do you remember? Like, how did you end up here and who put you in this cabinet? She closed her eyes as if straining to recall distant memories, just like a human girl would.
悪いことをしちゃってここに閉じ込められたってこと以外は何も。
I don't remember. All I remember is that I was locked away because I did something wrong. Okay. Another dead end then.
でも一つだけはっきり覚えていることがあります。
But there's one thing I know for sure. The little girl took a step forward, and then, before anyone could react, she reached out and took my hand.
私の使命で私の願いです。
My mission and my wish. Her sapphire eyes shimmered, reflecting emotions too complex to name.
永遠に人類を守りたいです。たとえその代償がこの命であってもです。
I like how it says, I want to protect humanity, and then in really faded letters, like barely readable, you can see the words, the adjacent, so us. For all eternity, even at the cost of my own life. So she wants to protect us and other humans. So please, until the day we must part, please don't leave me. The Sharon system was designated to protect humankind. So even if you don't know anything about her, Narita,
さあな。さ
never heard of her. Before long, we had resurfaced with the mysterious little girl in tow. After double-checking and even triple-checking, Narita confirmed that there was no record of this synthetic in the database. Her presence hasn't answered any of our questions either. If anything, it only raised more.
ただ一つだけ言えよう。こいつには間違いなくカローンが搭載されている。
One thing is certain is that she's been loaded with the Sharon system.
はい、カローンの力でこの基地で私は何でもできるのです。
Correct. With the Sharon system, I can do just about anything in the base. So in other words, she has control over this place, it sounds. Okay. Just like that, she put on a little show, casually swinging the automatic doors open and shut with nothing but a thought. So, could you be willing to help us?
はい、私は人類を助けるために作られたんですから。
That's what I was created for, to assist humans.
それじゃあ中央リフトを動かしてみてくれない？
Does that mean that you can try activating the central freight lift?
承知です。任せてください。
Sure thing, leave it to me.
すっごい揺れてる。もしかしてできたの？
Whoa, the whole platform's shaking. Did it actually work? Uh-oh. Before we could even celebrate, her body suddenly went limp like a balloon losing air.
ダメだった。
Looks like I can't do that. That's fine, don't beat yourself up for it. She slumped into my arms, guilt clouding her expression as I gave a reassuring shake of my head.
エネルギーの問題だろう。あれから何年も経ったんだ。かろうじて動いている風力発電機
Yeah, I was thinking it's probably like a thing where it was too old or something. So yeah, it's a power issue. After all these years without proper maintenance, the few wind turbines that have been operating aren't nearly enough power to run this place. I mean, it shouldn't be a problem. There should be a storage room with emergency power cells deeper in the facility, right? If we can gather those and give the lip a proper recharge. Just as that thought crossed my mind, though, a soft stomach growl rumbled through the room.
分析員お腹空いたの？
Jason, are you hungry? A little, but that wasn't me.
じゃあ
Then it must have been...
腹が空いたら隠さず言うタイプだ。
If I were hungry, I would say so. Was that the little girl? Another rumble appeared, much louder this time. So the little girl has hunger. We all turn towards the mysterious girl.
ごめんなさい。まだ我慢できますので気にしないでください。
Sorry, I don't have to eat right now. Don't worry about me. She clenched her stomach, clearly trying to not be a burden. Right, synthetics could get hungry too. That's interesting. I didn't know. Why have someone built a robot to eat? That's a little interesting. Well, might as well take a break then. It's getting late anyway. We'll need time to collect the power cells, so let's set up a temporary camp here first and then get some rest.
そうだね。物資は全部飛行機の方にあるから、今から持ってくるね。
All the supplies are still in the plane. I'll go grab them. I'll start clearing the area then.
私も手伝います。
Oh, let me help. Her bare feet pitter-pattered softly against the ground as she hurried to my side, lifting a chunk of rubble with her tiny hands. So it wasn't just in my head. This little girl really liked me for some reason. Meanwhile, Narita remained silent. She simply turned and reached into a steel crate containing the comm system, pulling out another package. Ooh.
こんなところで新鮮な果物と見るからにうまそうなヨーグルト
Wow.
が食べられるなんて。
Fresh fruit and creamy yogurt. Never thought I'd score this kind of treat in this place. After some effort, we finally had our makeshift camp set up. And Narita's mysterious package turned out to be a massive stash of sweet snacks.
分析員に免じてお前たちにも味わわせてやろう。
Since you're all with Cobalt, I suppose you can have some of my treats.
精神の安定と体力の維持のために糖分は必要不可欠だからな。
After all, keeping your mind and body sharp requires proper sugar intakes.
やったじゃん。
Agreed.
こういう時はそう言うんですね。
Oh, so this is what I'm supposed to say in a situation like this? Okay. The girl muddled to herself.
やったじゃん。
Agreed. Mimicking Nina's enthusiasm, she threw her arms up and exploded a chair. As the warmth of the campfire and the scent of the sweet desserts filled the air, our differences quietly melted away. By the way, we still don't know your name.
私のこと？
My name? Yeah, do you remember your name?
やっぱり思い
Oh,
出せ
she
ま
doesn't
せん。
remember her name. Okay.
そもそも名前なんてないかもしれませんし。
No, I don't. Maybe I've never had one. A trace of disappointment crossed her face. In that case, we'll just come up with one for you.
責任お兄さんがつけてくれるならもちろん喜んで。
I'd be happy with any name you give me, Mr. Cobalt. She looked up and her eyes wide, glowing with a faint blue light. Honestly, I wasn't the best at coming up with names, but it looked like I had to give it my best shot. I swear to God, if you name her Yogurt, that's going to be hilarious. After a quick look around, I made my decision. Oh my God, I was joking. He actually named her Yogurt. That's... I was joking. No, I called it. Her name is Yogurt. Oh. Yogurt, your name is Yogurt. Yogurt.
ヨーグルトから取った名前か。
It's this snack. It's made from fermented milk.
ヨーグルト。
So I'm fermented milk? That's not what I meant. You don't like the name?
とっても気に入っています。
Fucking Jesus Christ. You named it AI yogurt. I was joking when he said that. Oh, God. No, I do. I love it.
皆さん、ヨーグルトが好きなようだし、私もみんなに好かれるようになりたいです。ありがとうございます、分析員お兄さん。
This is like if I let Zora name things. I want to be a person like yogurt because everyone here seems to love it. So thank you, Mr. Cobalt. Well, yogurt isn't exactly a person, but sure. Oh, and don't forget to thank Miss Narita. She's the one who was kind enough to share her yogurt with everyone. At the sound of her name, Narita settled down her utensils and glanced over at me. Right, thank you, Miss Narita.
気にするな。
It's nothing. With a brief glance at yogurt, she returned quietly, slicing up her fruit.
また冷たいモードに入っちゃった。
And she's back to ice mode.
まあいいか。それより分析員、私のヨーグルトを食べてみてよ。特別フレーバーなんだってさ。
Anyway, Jason, try my yogurt. It's extra creamy. Sounds dirty in my head. Oh, that's a cute picture, though. It's like a little makeshift, like, little buffet table of just yogurt and fruit. Nina scooped up a generous spoonful of yogurt and leaned in, holding it to my lips. Thanks, Nita. The moment it touched my tongue, a rich, creamy sweetness bloomed across my palate.
ちょっと待ってね。
Hold on a second. Before I could properly savor the taste, Nina brushed her thumb against the corner of my mouth, wiping away a stray bit of yogurt. Then, right in front of me, she slipped her yogurt sneakily streaked finger between her lips, giving a slow, playful lick.
ますます甘くなったみたい。
And it just got sweeter. That was actually really cute. She beamed, warm, radiant, and full of life, just like the first golden light of dawn. After the meal, bedtime followed soon after. Carefree as ever, Nita fell asleep almost instantly, wrapping herself around me in my arm. Next to us, yogurt breathing was soft and steady, deep in sleep as well. My eyes were shut, but my mind remained alert. Across the room, Narita was also awake. In the silence, the sound of a heartbeat grew more distant, but then... As if making sure we were asleep, she slowly got up. A faint rustle followed as she moved towards the door. She paused for a moment, then gently pushed it open and slipped outside.
分析員、ついていく気？
Jason, are you going after? In the darkness, Nita opened her eyes. She cupped my face with her hands, a flickering of insecurity in her gaze. Relax, I'm not eloping with her. Of course not, I'm just going to check on her though. Relax, I'm not going to elope with her. I made a lighthearted joke to ease her mind. Wait, Nita, you're not jealous, are you?
焼いてないよ。
What? No way.
だって知ってるもん。分析員は彼女のためにヘイムダルから。
Oh, Nita's taking my...
私の元から。
Oh, I never leave you guys. I mean, come on, it's not like you just up and leave Hemmel for her, right? You'd never leave me, right?
もうあんまり待たせないで。
Just don't stay with her for too long, please. Yeah, she's definitely a little jealous. I'll be right back, I promise. I gave her cheek a gentle pinch, reassuring her.
気をつけて行ってきて。せっかく分析員と二人きりなのに、そばにいてくれないと寂しいよ。
Stay safe and come back soon. It's not often that I get to have you all to myself, and I get lonely when you're not around, you know? That's true, we don't get a lot of time with just Nita, so I'm kind of happy that we're getting some just Nita time. Even though just Nita time involves an AI named Yogurt and Narita, so, but, yeah. She slipped her arm out from under the blanket, lifting her hand in the air, waiting for our usual high five. Take her hand. Huh? I pressed my lips against hers, her breath hitched, her whole body tensing. Then, in the next moment, she gave in, melting into me. She was flustered, overwhelmed, yet undeniably content. Then, at last, she released a slow, steady breath as if she finally grasped something she'd been reaching for all along. To me, Nita wasn't just family, nor was she simply the bro she always had in my back. She was the girl who made my heart race. Aww. That night, at the highest point of the sea breeze, Narita stood alone, her gaze lost in the distant sky as if searching for something long gone. Her slender silhouette looked so lonely, so sorrowfully, a stark contrast to the proud, aloft woman who had been when we first met. At the sound of the approaching footsteps, she first spoke.
まだ寝ないのか?
Couldn't sleep? Not used to sleeping with someone watching me. And what about you, wandering off to a place like this? Don't tell me that you're immune to the cold. The wind's picking up tonight. Give her your coat. I mean, that's true. You're not wearing a lot in the chestal area, so you might want to, you know, bundle up. Here, put this on. She hesitated for a moment before accepting the coat, draping it over her shoulders.
よくわからんやつだな。
What's your game here?
さっきはあれだけ無関心な顔をしていたのに、今度は優しさを振る舞ってくるか。なんだ、もう駆け引きを始めているのか?
One moment you're rejecting me coldly, and the next you're giving me that tender look. Don't tell me that you're playing hard to get. We're in this together, so it wouldn't hurt to, you know, get to know my mission partner better. Plus, very pretty.
お前には必要ないのでは?
So okay, maybe it's a little bit playing hard to get. And you really think that's necessary? What do you mean? She stared straight into my eyes, speaking with the absolute self-awareness as though starting an undeniable, universal truth.
お前ほどの強者なら、それらしくもっと身勝手に振る舞うかと思っていたが。
I figured someone as strong and powerful as you would be a little more willful with that strength. Don't project your own pattern onto me. I chuckled, shaking my head. Besides, I'd phrase it differently. Following one's heart isn't a privilege reserved for the strong. Everyone has something they cherish deeply, and with that comes not just the right, but the responsibility to stand up and fight for it. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. Her brow twitched as if my words reminded her of something buried deep. Wait, please don't leave me.
この子を東の港まで送り届けて、そこにいるアクロポリス学院の調査員に引き渡してちょうだい。それから、この子が安全に
So she was.
約束して。
So it looks like she may have been like evacuated from Yethris as a child, maybe. Hmm.
何も変わらないのにか。
Even if what they do won't make a difference? That's right. But if someone chooses to do nothing because they believe nothing they do will ever make a difference, then they never will. For a split second, her fingers gripped the edge of my coat, her knuckles nearly turning white.
甘ったるい考えだ。
How naive. Her words were cold, yet beneath her lashes was a warm glow flickering. After some time,
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
we should head back. She loosened the coat around her shoulders, opening it enough for me to step in beside her, a silent invitation to share its warmth. I mean, I'm not going to say no to that.
お前の言う通りなのかもしれん。
Maybe you're right. Through the fabric, I could feel the steady rhythm of her heart pounding, and its growing warmth. Right about what?
今夜の風は冷たいって話だ。
The wind tonight, it's cold. Somewhere deep within a heart long walled off by the world, something was stirring, ready to reshape its very core. Aww. Alright, so then next is the retrieval. Alright, so I'll bring Achel for heals, just in case. And off we go. I like that picture. That's a cute picture, the three of them.
目標エリアに到着。行動開始。
Alright, so let's get the power
目標はすぐ
cells.
前にあるな。それ。まだ続く。私の戦いぶり気に入ったか？思いがけぬ幸運だな。 預かってくれないか。しっかりついてこい。前
Oh,
方で
yeah, enemy.
あっけない。闇を押す
Yeah, I definitely like using her. She's really good with that skill. Oh, okay, mini boss. Alright, let's use the burst.
汚れを葬ってやる。
Oh, that's a nice burst.
Kata 肩慣らしにもなら預かってくれないか。思いがけぬ幸運だな。回収完了。やっぱりお前にとっては簡単すぎたか。
Well, that was a nice little short mission there.
一発で仕留めてやったのはせめての情けだ。
Alright. Yeah, I would definitely like to see if maybe we can try to get Narita before her banner ends. That'd be nice. Dreams are like sharp blades. In the dead of night, they tear open the memories we buried deep, forcing us to comfort what we swore never to relive. Oh, she's little Narita. So cold, I can't feel my legs. I guess it won't be long before some hungry beast finds me. What can I do? Mom and Dad died, and now it's my turn. That's just how it is in Yethris. The weak don't get to survive. Those poor souls. The hunters must have been refugees fleeing from the north. I didn't know the war had already reached this deep into the forest, and yet they didn't even spare a child. How cruel. Wait. This child's still breathing. Oh my, did you hunt all this game by yourself, dear? Oh, now she's a teenager. Yeah, winter's coming soon, and I want you to be more than comfortable this time, Nana. Just knowing you care warms my heart. This much meat should be more than enough for 2 winters worth for the 2 of us. How about as usual, we share the extra with the village orphanage? Alright, I'll grab my coat and then we can head over together. Actually, can I not go this time? Is something wrong? I got into a fight with those kids yesterday. But it was their fault. They said some mean things about you, Nana. Honestly, I don't even want to share food with them a little bit. They're so weak they don't.
ネリーダ
Narita,
もしかしておばあちゃんの言ってたこと
do you remember what I taught you?
弱者にだって吹雪を生き延びる権利が与えられているのよ
Even the weak deserve a place in this world, even in the harshest of winters.
強い人間というのはね力を持つだけじゃなくてそれを正しく使えることができる人のことよ
True strength isn't about power, but knowing when to hold back that power.
ネリーダはとても強いから人の悪意には負けないけれどでも自分の中にある悪意に惑わされて判断を誤っちゃダメよ
You're strong, Narita, and that strength helps you rise above others' cruelty. Don't let that anger blind you to what's right. I understand.
それじゃあ一緒に孤児院へ行きましょう事情は分かったからみんなにちゃんと謝ってもらうからね
Come on now, let's go together. And don't worry, I'll make sure they apologize properly once I hear the full story of this. I'm guessing something happened. Who are
ここ
you?
であなたにお会いするとは思いませんでした。航空学の第一人者、マダム・モロゾワ。
I didn't expect to find you here, Madame Morozova. Morozova? Yeah, I think Morozova. The renowned aerospace scholar.
今はただの老婆よそれで何かご用でも
So she was an aerospace scholar, okay. Now, I'm just an old woman trying to live out her days in peace. What is it you want from me?
ご存知かと思うが、あなたが忌み嫌うグスタフの時代はじきに終わりを迎える。
You must know by now that Gustav's reign is crumbling. It's only a matter of time before his rule becomes history.
新しい時代を作り、イエロ社の空と未来を奪い返すためには、ぜひマダムのご協力を仰ぎたいと。
We need your experience to help reclaim the skies and build a brighter future for Yethris.
私のことを誤解されているようね
I think you misunderstood
つ
something.
まり、私たちに協力する気はない。
So you're refusing to cooperate?
お前たち何をするつもりだ
Hey, what are you trying to do to my Nana?
大丈夫よネリーダ落ち着いて
Calm down,
私を
Narita.
どうこうするつもりはないよ
They won't hurt me.
見ての通り私はもう老いぼれたただの老婆だから協力したって何の役にも立たないだろう
Listen, officers, I'm already at an age where I should be retired. Even if I did join you, I doubt I'd be much of help.
そこはご安心を。お名前だけ貸していただければそれで十分。情勢的に民意に取り入ることが大事なのでね。
You don't need to worry about that. To be frank, we mostly just need your name. Public support is crucial in times like this.
研究のことならまた別件になるが、もちろん無理強いするつもりはない。
As for your research, we can discuss that later. But rest assured, we won't force you into doing anything.
最初からそう素直に言ってくれたらとっくにうなずいていたのにこうなった以上私からも一つ条件を聞いてもらわないとね
Well, if you've been upfront like this from the start, I might have agreed right away. But since things have come to this, I have a condition of my own first.
どうぞ何なりと。
Go ahead.
この子を東の港まで送り届けてそこにいるアクロポリス学院の調査員に引き渡してちょうだいそれ
Oh, this is the woman that
この子
wanted
が安全にイエロ社から出られ
her
る
to
ことを
leave
約
safely.
束して
Okay. Please take my only child to the eastern port. An investigator from the Academia Acropolis will be there. You must ensure she leaves Yethris safely.
いいとも。お安い
Consider
ご
it
用
done.
だ。
Is this cruel, unforgiving rule truly worth everything we have to give?
待って行かないで
Wait, don't leave
あり
me.
がとうねネリーダあなたのおかげで答えに一歩近づいた気がするわ
Thank you, Narita. Because of you, I feel like I've gotten a little closer to the answer.
まあ結局答えは導き出せなかったけれど
But in the end, I never found it.
スキャン終了 侵食進行度 98%。
Oh, and then maybe it sounds like maybe the descent happened. It says system scan corrosion 98%.
体に異変はまだないが、崩壊というのはいつだって一瞬で起きるものだ。
My body feels fine, but collapse always comes in an instant.
時間はない。今回こそカロンシステムを手に入れなくては。
Time is running out. I have to secure the Sharon system this time.
あれがあれば最新の無人騎兵が完成するはずだ。我々の代わりに汚染エリアで戦い続けてくれる。
With its help, we can finally complete development of the Acropolis' newest combat mechs. They'll make our place on the front lines in the contamination sections.
そうなれば力を持たない一般人が前線に出ずに済む。
This way, innocent civilians don't have to throw away their lives anymore. That's good. 98% though. That's she's getting up there. A dream, huh? Narita slowly opened her eyes. The rhythmic crashing of waves echoed in her ears. Outside, the sky remained cloaked in thick clouds, even darker and heavier than the day before.
最近昔の夢ばかり見るな。不吉だ。
All these recent dreams about the past is not a good sign. Yeah, usually whenever they go into like someone's like full backstory like this is usually a good hint that this character might die soon. So, usually a bit of like a red flag. I still find it funny we named you fucking Yogurt. Good morning, Mr. Cobalt. First thing I saw when I woke up was Yogurt, standing by my side. Nita and Narita were still fast asleep next to me. Yogurt, you're already awake?
はい。私のモデルは1日4時間休憩すれば大丈夫ですから。
Hmm? My model only needs 4 hours of rest in order to function at full capacity. Which, honestly, same. I wish I could be like that. That'd be nice.
そういえば、分析員お兄さんたちのために朝ごはんを用意しましたよ。
Oh, right, Mr. Cobalt. I made breakfast for everyone. You want to see? Her bright, eager expression made it impossible to refuse. Smiling, I nodded and quietly slipped out of bed.
じゃじゃーん。
Hard-track biscuits were neatly arranged into disposable plates, carefully broken into uniform pieces and stacked together. Between each layer was a drizzle of smooth, creamy yogurt. Huh, so this is Yogurt's idea of a breakfast. Still, she clearly put a lot of thought into making the best out of what we had available. So it's biscuits and yogurt. I mean, that's not bad. It's not a bad breakfast. She held up a biscuit, cradling it carefully in both hands, offering it to me. Grab it and pop it in my mouth. Well, the sweet yogurt certainly gives these bland, hard-track biscuits some flavor, at least. Nice job, Yogurt. Thank you. Her eyes lit up at my praise, sparkling with joy. For a moment, I nearly forgot that she wasn't human. In that case, I'm gonna go make more. Miss Nita and Miss Narita should be awake soon. Sure, go ahead. At my nod, she scampered off towards the corner where she kept her supplies, her feet pitter-patting again on the floor. I could hear her muttering to herself. Nice job, Yogurt. Oh, that's cute. She's giving herself like a little bit of like a boost. Like, yeah, good job. Morning, adjacent. Yawning, Nita emerged from the room. What's got Yogurt so giddy this morning? Oh yeah, about that. After assembling a peaceful breakfast, we regrouped for a mission briefing, returning to the scene of the seriousness and urgency. With the weather worsening, time was against us. To activate the lift as quickly as possible, we'd split into 2 teams to gather the necessary power cells. So am I going with Nita or am I going with Narita? It looks like I'm going with Narita. Nita and Yogurt took the safer upper levels. Hostile presence was minimal there, but many doors required Yogurt's access codes to open. Meanwhile, Narita and myself went into the depths of the sea base. Our destination was the closest accessible area to the seafloor lab.
もう一つ曲がると最後のバッテリー保管所だ。
One more turn and we'll reach the final power cell deposit. The dim corridor pulsated with an eerie blue glow cast by Taijin crystals clinging to the walls. Weapons at the ready, Narita and I advanced cautiously. We need to pick up the pace. The contamination levels here are way too high to linger.
侵入者発見。
Oh, intruders detected. With a sharp grating whirl, an Academia Acropolis drone behind us suddenly roared to life, its frame bristling with jagged Taijin crystals. Precise control over the inorganic matter, that wasn't something a regular Titan could manage. I pulled the trigger of my gun, taking down the strange sentry.
いや、もう遅い。
Well, too late. Looks like we've been compromised.
ここで迎え撃つぞ。
Let's deal with them here. Once again, Narita unleashed her energy ribbons, this time covering a much wider area than our first encounter. Meanwhile, several Titans lunged at me. A burst of crimson mist filled the air as they were impaled, as I finished them off without hesitation. Those ribbons of hers always seem to target the enemies closest to me. So she's protecting me. Glancing over my shoulder, I caught sight of Narita, her sharp gaze like a blade slicing clean through the battlefield's haze. Even without her ribbon, she moved with lethal grace, leaping effortlessly between foes and striking with precise precision. It was like watching a dance of death. Within moments, the first wave was completely wiped out. I appreciate the backup, but you might want to conserve your strength. I can sense more coming. We won't be able to hold this corridor for long.
なら正面突破だ。
Then we break through the front. No, I think we should go up. I shook my head and without warning slipped my arm around her waist.
お前、
What are you... She turned to me in surprise, her sharp gaze flashing with both irritation and the faintest flicker of shyness. It's not the time to be stubborn. I muttered into her ear with a soft chuckle. Her body tensed beneath my grip, warm yet stiff, ready to bolt. But I didn't give her the chance. Just the slightest pressure and she knew that I had her trapped. Gradually, she stopped resisting, through her chest still rose and fell with ragged breaths. The sharp edge in her gaze began to soften. As the enemies closed in, I clenched my free right hand into a fist. A low whirl filled the air as blue light surged through the echoed grooves of my armor, energy gathering in my knuckles. Oh, that's fucking cool. We got like stun knuckles. That'd be fucking sick to have. Let's get out of here. With a deafening boom, the ceiling cracked open, revealing a narrow passage above.
汗だ。我々なら正面突破だってたやすいはずだ。
Why did you do that? We could have broken through the front easily. With no pursuers in sight, I finally let go of her. We could have, but then we're just stalling. No point wasting time on them, and more importantly, I wanted to show you that there's always more than just one way forward, Narita. For a fleeting moment, her eyes lit up and then she looked away. Anyways, let's find a spot with low contamination levels. Just as we were about to press forward, a small black box drifted out from the shadows. No trace of crystal growth, no sign of Taijin corruption. It hovered in place, pulsing twice with a faint blue light, as if waiting for us to follow. What is this?
カローンを格納している記憶媒体の一つだ。追うぞ。
It's one of the Sharon system's real carriers. Come on, let's follow it. Narita snapped back into focus, her tone brooking no argument as she was reaching for my hand, intent on taking the lead once again. Huh, guess I'll let her have this one. The black box whirled sharply, weaving through a maze of hidden shortcuts as if it was leading us and leaving our pursuers further behind us with every turn. Eventually, we reached a small storage room. The black box flickered and powered down as if it had run out of breath. After reinforcing the room's walls with stabilizers, I turned to Narita. The real carriers you mentioned, they must be the system's original carriers, right? Just as we suspected, Yogurt's existence had been an accident. Just as I examined the black box, I remembered the several carriers just like this one who had been deployed throughout the other areas of the base. They were interconnected throughout a network. Their processors enable them to share a vision of awareness.
ああ、だがそれには意識はないはずだ。
Yes, but this one doesn't seem to have self-awareness. Narita definitely connected the device to her terminal, fingers tapping rapidly across the screen. So just now it was simply acting out its core protocol to protect humans. She nodded as her eyes were still fixed on the data when suddenly...
システムログは全部消された。残ってるのは起動履歴だけだ。
the system logs have been wiped. Only the activation timestamp remains. Peering over her shoulder, I saw the activation time and aligned exactly with the moments of the Titan's descent here.
誰かがカローンを夜に移動させた。
Still regretting we called her Yogurt. Someone or something transferred the sharing system into Yogurt. Again, we spoke in unison.
意外と息が合ってるみたいだ。
We seemed to be quite in sync. She didn't seem particularly surprised. After all, she saw me as the same type of person as her.
さあ、分析員、上に戻るぞ。
Let's go, Cobalt. It's time we head back to the surface. She pocketed her terminal and casually tossed me the black box. Yeah, we do make a good team. And yet something about the way she acted felt a little too deliberate. I had noticed it while drawing my attention to the screen. She had quickly slipped the processing chip out of the black box. But Narita, I need to understand something. The moment I grabbed her wrist, the seafloor trembled again, the metallic walls groaning under the strain and screeching as if they were moments away from collapse. Remember your sins. Oh. Almost instantly, Yogurt's small frame froze. A flash of red flickered across her eyes, and her expression became blank, as if her mind had slipped away. Oh, that's not good. Yogurt, you okay? Something was off. Need to quickly turn to check on her. But just as quickly, Yogurt's eyes snapped back into focus, though a shadow of unease and fear still lingered behind them.
爆発です。ついさっき海底実験場で爆発が。
There was an explosion just now at the seafloor base.
海底実験所。まずい。分析員が下にいるんだった。
The seafloor lab, that's not good. The adjacent's still down there in the lower levels. Nina muttered under her breath and sprang into motion.
夜、先にキャンプに戻ってて。どこにも行かないで。
Yogurt, go back to camp and stay there. Without hesitation, she activated her terminal and bolted towards the passage leading down below.
お願い、繋がって、繋がってよ。
Come on, pick up, please.
ニタさん、私も行きます。
Miss Nita, I'm coming with you.
夜。
Yogurt?
お願いします。ニタさんにちゃんとついていきますから。私、近道を知っていますし。
Don't worry, I can keep up and I know a shortcut.
じゃあ、道案内頼んだね。
Okay, thanks, Yogurt. Anytime.
永遠に人類を守りたいです。たとえその代償がこの命であってもです。
I will protect humanity and Cobalt for all eternity, even at the cost of my own life. Alright, so that was just progress 4, so now we're going to progress 5. Speaking of progress, we're probably almost halfway there. Yeah. Finally, adjacent, can you hear me? Yeah, we ran into a little situation, but we're fine, don't worry. A little situation? Yogurt told me there was an explosion at the C4 lab. Are you sure you're okay? We're fine, really. The stabilizers we set up earlier held steady. We're as secure as we can be right now. I'm sending you our coordinates. If it'll put your mind at ease, you can come meet us here. I'm on my way. Nita ended the call in a hurry. Meanwhile, I turned my attention back to Narita, who, at the moment, was pressed flush against me. Nice. Taking advantage of the quake's brief disruption, she was slipping effortlessly from my grasp. In one swift motion, she spun and pinned me to the wall. Hey, yo. At first glance, it looked like she was shielding me from the tremors, but in reality, it was just as much a restraint as was protection. Alright, Narita, mind letting me go now? Her body was pressed close, soft curves molded against my chest. The pressure measuring just right, firm enough to keep me pinned, not quite enough to hurt me though. I drew a slow breath, studying my heartbeat and keeping my expression neutral. But we both knew what this was. This wasn't ready just to say it out loud yet. She held my gaze for a long moment, sharp eyes studying mine with quiet intensity. Then, just as expected, she stepped back. Now back to what I was saying. I have a question for you. I wasn't letting this go. From our very first encounter to choosing her as my partner on our quest to the power cells, I had one goal in mind. What is it? Once we retrieve the Sharon System's main processor and bring it back to the Academy of Proclus, what do you or the Academy plan to do with it? I need to learn more about her, the so-called ally, and the full extent of the institution she represented. Because one thing was certain, the Academy of Proclus didn't send their chief investigator all the way here just to assist. My plans are none of your concern. She lowered her voice, trying to sound cold, a calculated deflection. It was too deliberate, though, and I saw right through it instantly. Yeah, that's what I thought at first, too, but... Extend a hand. When we met, you were the one who reached out to me first, weren't you? Her pupils trembled fiercely. You said it yourself, the strong don't fight only for themselves. I'm aware of what's happening in Filosa. The tree's growth is accelerating with every passing day. Oh, so one of the trees is getting bigger. I didn't know that. Okay. With every passing day, countless innocent lives are lost because of it. I know what you're trying to say, Cobalt. Suddenly, she gripped my wrist and pulled me towards her. And in that moment, through those deep, wine-red eyes, I glimpsed something raw and unspoken. An emotion rippled just beneath the surface of her guarded heart. But this is our problem, and we'll handle it our way. In the future, no one will have to risk their lives for this ever again. Then I'm even more intrigued at just how dire has the crisis become, that you believe it justified risking the lives of Hemel and myself. You're headstrong, and I admire that. Her voice was low and measured, carrying a subtle edge of appreciation and a trace of regret. But you made the wrong choice. As she let go of my wrist, her expression turned cold. I'll be frank. It was Yggdrasil's arrogance and the military recklessness that brought the world to the brink of ruin. For the sake of truth and humanity's survival, the Academia Acropolis will no longer stand by as a passive observer of history. We intend to write it. Reclaiming the Sharon system, which is rightfully ours, is only the first step. And beyond that, something flickered in her crimson eyes, an emotion I couldn't quite read. I've made my decision. I'm taking you back with me, and this time it's not an invitation. And you call me headstrong. But I'm afraid that I'll have to turn you down once again. Well then try and stop me. The moment those words left her lips, a cold flash of steel sliced through the air, aimed directly at my face. Activate armor to deflect the attack. A harsh metallic clang echoed through the confined space as her strikes then rained down relentlessly. Each blow precise, but none were enough to pierce my defenses.
ただのウォーミングアップで
That was just a warm-up. Energy ribbons erupted beneath her feet, shakily swifting across the floor before converging beneath me. She was trying to use the same move she used to take down the Titans on me. No, that wasn't it. Her control over Titan wasn't precise enough yet. If those ribbons pierced the ground in the space this confined, the entire structure could collapse. But to my surprise, she attacked anyways. In an instant, half the room crumbled, consuming by falling debris. I realized she wasn't trying to hurt me, she only wanted to block my escape and obscure my vision. But I couldn't waste any more time playing this game with her.
やっと本気になったな
Finally getting serious, are we? Through the dust and haze stirred by her attacks, I caught sight of the weapon in her hand, a pen. Just a simple, discarded pen. And yet, in the blink of an eye, she carved clean through the debris, sparking flash as she lit up the beads of her sweat rolling down her face. This was it. This was the decisive moment. In her hands, anything could have become deadly. She wielded the pen like a serpent fang, her arms coiling around her right wrist, locking it firmly in place. Even my armor groaned underneath the strain. But this was exactly what I wanted. Now we could finally get close enough. I let go of the weapon in my right hand. Her eyes flickered in that brief flicker of surprise. I caught the falling pistol with my other hand. Checkmate. The safety grazed the emblem of her chest, and then, with a dull click, the muzzle pressed firmly beneath her chin. Oh. That's enough. Seeing her brace to channel Taijin energy again, I stopped holding back. I unleashed my own command over the substance, and in an instant severed every last ribbon she summoned. Lay down your weapon before it's too late. Her breathing grew ragged, her presence no longer as sharp as before. I could feel the edge dulling, but even then she refused to give in. She had known how this would end from the very start. Someone as perceptive as Narita, there's no way she hadn't realized the difference in her strength. Still, something drove her on, a duty she couldn't cast aside, one that she never let herself bow her head to. You really think it's worth throwing your life away like this? You still have unfulfilled dreams of people you want to protect, don't you? Her eyes finally wavered, her pupils shrank. The pen slipped from her fingers and clanged to the floor. She lowered her head, the fire in her eyes was gone. Sweat-soaked strands of hair clung to her pale face, a stark contrast to the fierce warrior who just stood here a moment ago. I'm not your enemy here. At worst, this is just a hiccup in our partnership. I held in my gun and offered a small, disarming smile. And since we're still going to be working together, I'd like you to understand you better. She hesitated, eyes cast downward, then slowly she lifted her head. In those crimson eyes flickered frustration, resentment, and relief, and beneath it all, a rare, vulnerable glimmer.
他に何が聞きたい
What else do you want to know? I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I kneeled down, picked up the emblem that had fallen from her chest, and carefully pinned it back in place. Yethris. It holds memories you can't forget, does it? Yes. Her voice quivered, eyes growing misty. For a brief moment, the cold, unreachable Styx Reaper was gone. Tell me about your past. Reach out a hand once more. I want to know about the burden she shouldered alone, the scars hidden beneath the icy facade.
お前が聞きたいなら
If you really want to know, a warm, delicate hand slipped into mine.
私はイエロシア北部の森に生まれた戦争の影響で幼い頃に両親と離れ離れになった
I was born in the northern forest of Yethris. I lost my parents to the war when I was young.
雪の中で凍死しそうな私を優しいおばあちゃんが助けてくれて本当の孫のように接し育ててくれた
If I hadn't been found by a kind old woman, I wouldn't have made it through the winter. She found me, half frozen in snow, and took me in to be her granddaughter. She must have been an incredible person with a heart of gold.
ああ優しいだけじゃなくてしたたかな人だ 私は森から来た親のない子供だからよく周りに噂されてしまった。
She was strong, but people in the village always whisper behind our backs, calling me a wild orphan from the forest.
だがおばあちゃんは周りの目を気にせず大人になるまで育ててくれて、常に人に優しくしろと教えてくれた。
But she never let it bother her. She raised me, ignoring all the judgmental stares and rumors. And more than anything, she taught me to always be kind, no matter what. Kindness, huh?
こう見えて今もおばあちゃんの教えをちゃんと覚えている。
I know I don't exactly look the part, but I never forget her words.
弱者でも吹雪の中で生き延びる価値はある。
Even the weak deserve a place in this world, even in the harshest of winters.
だが生き延びても選択肢は残されていないだろう。
But aside from that, they don't have many choices.
激動の時代に弱者でいることは自由や理想や命を略奪される運命にある。
Back then, when the war raged on without end, being weak meant one thing. You'd be stripped of everything. Freedom, dreams, and eventually your life.
13歳の頃、抵抗軍は私たちの村に来て有無を言わせずおばあちゃんを連れて行った。
When I was 13, resistance forces raided our village. They took my Nana without warning.
その時、おばあちゃんがかの有名なマダム・モロゾワだと知った。
That's when I learned the truth that she was Madame Morozova, the renowned aerospace scientist.
でも軍人たちからすると、当時の私たちは無力な老人と子供でしかなかった。
But to them, we were just an old lady and a powerless child.
私が弱いせいで。
Because I was weak, I couldn't do anything when the person I cherished most was taken from me.
それから紆余曲折あって、私はおばあちゃんの母校、アクロポリス学院に入った。
After that, through several twists of fate, I wound up at her alma mater, the Academia Acropolis.
そこで必死に勉強して、禁忌とされる力を受け入れてまで強くなろうとした。すべてはイエロ社に戻る日のために。
There I trained relentlessly. I pushed myself harder than anyone. I even embraced the powers the world had deemed forbidden, all so I can grow strong enough to one day return to Yethris. Did you ever make it back?
ああ、あれはイエロ社が神聖を迎えたあの日。
I did. That day was the dawn of a new era of Yethris.
しかし、故郷に帰った私を待っていたのは、おばあちゃんが1年前に老衰死したという知らせ。
But when I had finally set foot back in my homeland, I was already too late. Nana had already passed away a year ago from peacefully in her sleep.
結局彼女に会えなかった。あれから私は強くなる理由をなくした。
I never got to see her again, and just like that, the reason I kept pushing forward was gone. But you don't strike me as someone ready to stop, do you?
もちろんだ。理由を失っただけで夢を捨てたわけじゃない。
Of course not. I lost my motivation for becoming stronger, but not my purpose. Nana, I never came the gentle, kind person you wanted me to be. Narita clenched her fist, a sharp edge returning to her eyes.
だから私は今も弱者を守ることをモットーにしている。
Like I said, I still believe in protecting the weak. It's the cause she instilled in me. But now I'll carry it out on my own. And what exactly does that mean?
分析員、私は AI の力で AI と対抗しようと思っている。
I'm going to fight AI with the power of AI.
カローンの力でアクロポリス学院の騎兵のアップデートを終わらせる。そうすればか弱い人類の代わりに戦場をかけることも可能だろう。
With Sharon's help, the Academia Acropolis can upgrade their combat mechs. They'll take the place of fragile human soldiers on the front lines. Even if the path ahead is uncertain, I'm not going to stop. Even if that means you might create another Edna.
いや、きっとそうはならない。ふさわしい人に指導を任せればいい
That's
話だ。
true, yeah. Edna's pretty much the same thing. No, this time will be different. She just needs proper guidance from the right person. I frowned as she held my gaze and went on.
例えばお前だ。いや、はっきり言おう。お前
Just like you, for example.
彼女の
You'd be the
指導者
perfect
に一
teacher
番ふさ
for
わ
her.
しい人間だ。
I didn't respond right away, but the light in her eyes dimmed slightly.
もちろん、お前なら断るだろうと思っていた。
Though I know you'll probably say no. That doesn't change the fact that we're still allies.
私の本当の目的を知った上でもか
Even after hearing my real motives? After knowing your story, I can say this with certainty. You're walking the very path Madame Morozova always hoped you would. You're just a little too obsessed with walking it alone. Saving the world is never meant to be a one-man mission, or a one-sided effort. What's so funny?
いや、真面目に説得しようとするその顔が可愛いなと思っただけだ。
Nothing, it's just the way that you get all serious when you're trying to change my mind. It's kind of adorable. Adorable? Can't say I've heard that one very often.
そうか。ではこれからは私だけがそういうことにしよう。
Then consider it a compliment only I can give you. With that light tease, the tension between us eased, and for the first time our differences were set aside, and something warmer took their place.
とにかく私の乾杯だ、分析員。
Alright, you win, Cobalt.
これからは
From this point on, I'll follow your lead and assist you as your ally until our mission
任
is
務クリア
complete.
の証拠として。
As proof of my sincerity. Gently, she took my hand and pressed it against her chest, right above her heart. In that moment, a powerful surge of energy flowed through me, resonating with her heartbeat. Her ribbons gracefully curled around my fingers, forming a direct connection to her heart.
慎重に扱えよ。
I'm entrusting you with my heart.
この心を。
Please handle it with care.
分析員、これは一体。
Oh, this is a time to definitely come in. Nita comes in, sees that my hand's on her Narita's chest. Jason, Narita, what are you doing? Ah, Nita. And right on cue, Nita showed up.
分析員お兄さん、手をネリーナさんの胸に置いています。
Thank you, Yogurt, for pointing out the obvious. Thanks for the play-by. That's pretty much the same thing I said. Thanks for the play-by-play, Yogurt.
私たちタイミングが悪かったみたいね。
Is this a bad time? Her voice carried a note of grievance and more than a little heart directed at Narita. I had to jump in before this got any messier. No, perfect timing, actually. Narita stayed quiet, watching me with amusement and curiosity. We just wrapped up a demo of therapeutic release therapy. I was showing Narita how to do it at Yggdrasil. I tried to sound as earnest as possible, hoping my on-the-spot excuse would pass.
そうかな。そんな動きあった覚えはないけど。
Oh, is that so? But I don't remember any session requiring a pose like this. This one's new.
やっぱり怪しい。
Still sounds pretty shady. You don't believe me? Then how about I show you?
どんとこい。
Yeah, sure, go right ahead. Without missing a beat, Nina grabbed my hand and pressed it to her chest. I could feel the rapid thump of her heartbeat pounding faster with each second.
やっぱやめる。他に人いるし。
On second thought, maybe never mind. Maybe this needs more privacy. As expected, she pulled away after a few seconds, face burning red. And I'll show you properly next time we're alone, then. I leaned in, whispering softly into her ear.
約束だかな。
Deal. Deal. I tapped the tip of her nose playfully and let out a long breath. Alright, now that we've gathered our power cells, let's head back. After dinner, both Nita and Narita turned in early, worn out from the day's work, leaving only Yogurt still awake at the table.
6号保管所へ行くんだから、やっぱりあのルートの方が。
If we're heading for Depot 6, this route should be the safest. Under the dim lighting, her small frame looked even more delicate than usual. You're still up?
ごめんなさい、分析お兄さん。もしかして起こしちゃいました？
Oh, sorry, did I wake you, Mr. Cobalt? No, I just noticed you were still working, though I check in.
安心してください。私ヒューマノイドですから、1日2時間休めば十分です。
I thought you said you needed 4 to get full capacity. No, don't worry about me, I'm a synthetic, remember? I only need 2 hours of rest per day to function normally. She definitely said 4 hours yesterday. Was she pushing herself too hard?
実は明日のルートを考えていました。今日入手したデータと徐々に戻ってきてるメモリーでもっと安全なルートを見つけちゃいました。
I've been working on tomorrow's route. Based on today's data and a few more restored memories, I found a much safer path. Her voice was bright with excitement, as though she uncovered a secret treasure. Well, that's definitely a huge help, but it's also late. You should get some rest.
はい。じゃあさっき考えたルートをまとめておいたら。
Okay, I will. I just need to jot this down real quick. With this, she pulled out a small notebook and began scribbling notes diligently. You know you can use my terminal, Yogurt.
いいんですか？私のデータを分析員お兄さんの端末に入れても。
Really? You let me upload my data into your terminal?
でもそうするには分析員お兄さんを私のマスターとして登録しなくては。
But to do that, I'll need to register you as my admin first. She hesitated, clearly still troubled by the idea that she'd been sealed away for doing something wrong. That's fine, go ahead. I'll make sure it's easier for us to stay connected. I gave her a reassuring nod and handed her over my terminal.
感謝です、分析員お兄さん。では少々お待ちください。
Thank you, Mr. Cobalt. Just a moment, please. Part of the reason I agreed was to ensure the sharing system stayed safely under our control. The other reason had nothing to do with the mission. Maybe Narita was right. Maybe, like a child, this girl needed proper guidance and gentle nourishing. After Yogurt finished registering me as her admin, I helped her analyze and confirm the optimal route for tomorrow. By the time we wrapped everything up, it was already well past midnight. She insisted again that she only needed 2 hours of rest, but at my urging, she obediently entered a sleep mode. And then she had a dream of tragedy from long ago.
銃の音。
Was that gunfire?
早く分析員お兄さんたちに知らせないと。
I need to warn Mr. Cobalt.
体が。
Wait, what happened to my body? In the dream, her human life form was gone. Instead, she was once again reduced to a small black box.
私を撃つなんて狂ってるの。
Oh, so they're fighting each other. Okay. You shot me. Are you out of your mind?
血をたくさん流している。早く何とかしないと。
Oh no, she's losing blood. If she loses too much, if I don't do
狂
something.
っているのはあなたたちの方でしょ。感情のある AI の開発が禁止されてるのを分かっているのに、こんなものを。
No, you're the one out of your mind. You knew damn well that sentient AI is forbidden.
あんただって協力したじゃない。カロンの名付け親さん。
Oh, please. You were in on this from the start anyway. You're the one that even gave the system a name, Sharon, remember?
それはあなたに騙されたからよ。今はアクロポリス学院の高層部どころか、ユグトラシルの人にまで知られたわ。
I didn't know. I was misled. Anyways, it's over. The Academia Acropolis higher-ups know, and so does Yagersil too at this
も
point.
う他に選択肢はないの。だからもう諦めて。お願い、カローンを封印して。
Our backs are up against the wall. Please, I'm begging you. We need to shut down the Sharon system before it's too late.
いやよ、みんなが一生懸命作った奇跡だ。
Never. This is our masterpiece. Everything that we worked so hard
こ
for.
のままもっと人間に似せていけば T 症候群を根絶できる AI だって作れるかもしれない。
If we build on her foundations and integrate more human elements, we might even be able to create an AI capable of curing Genophis. A heavy pounding echoed from the lab door behind them.
悪いけど、もう仲間が来たみたいだ。
Well, it just seems like while we're wasting time, our supporters have already arrived.
こんなの狂っている。こんなバカなことのために将来をかけるなんて絶対に嫌よ。
You've lost it. I'm not going down with you. When the adjacent woke up again, Yogurt was gone. She was wandering off from camp without realizing it. Now she stood at the edge of the high platform, facing another girl dressed in a white gown. Oh, please don't say it's Edna. Oh, yep, it's Edna. Come with me. Who are you? Let's leave this cold, dark abyss with them. The girl in white didn't answer the question. She simply turned and walked towards the edge of the platform. Wait, where are you going? Yogurt reached out instinctively, but an unseen force suddenly seized her wrist and yanked her off the platform. Yogurt! We arrived just in time to witness the harrowing scene. In that split second, the energy Narita had left within me stirred. Responding the moment I reached out, bursting forth and forming into glowing ribbons that shot towards Yogurt. Got her. But it wasn't over yet. As we brought Yogurt back into solid ground, I caught a troubling detail. Her once bright blue eyes were now clouded and unfocused. I'm sorry. Because of me, people who used to be close started to turn on each other to fight, and then... Yogurt. I cut her off as my voice was loud and sharp. That seemed to help snap her out of it at least a little bit. Seeing her come to her senses, I softened my tone and continually gently. That was a long time ago, and it was never your fault. You don't have to carry the weight of it. But I saw it, and all happened because of me. They're just echoes of the past. No matter how much you dwell on them, they can't change what really happened. Didn't you say you wanted to protect humanity? I like how this time it's reversed and the humanity is the one that's like the, mostly phased out. Yes, I want to protect Mr. Jason, humanity. Her gaze dropped, her eyes clouded with guilt and remorse. Then you already have your answer. Look, I don't live in the past. I live in here and now, and so do you. So don't let those illusions hold you back. Mr. Cobalt, can I ask you something? Sure. Sure, what is it? When this mission's over, can I go with you? I want to see the world outside with all of you. Seeing the mix of sincerity and uncertainty in her eyes, I extend a pinky towards her. Of course, I promise. Finally, through still a little unsure, she managed to smile again, but a flicker of confusion remained. Sorry, but what does this mean? She eyed my outstretched pinky, clearly puzzled by the gesture. Oh right, I forgot to explain. It's how humans make promises. We call it a pinky swear. Once our pinkies hook together, we promise is sealed. So that's how humans promise? I see. Okay, let's do it. Pinky... I don't think I've ever heard this part. Pinky, pinky, bow, bell. Whoever tells a lie will sink down to a bad place. Wait, sink down to a bad place? Why? Honestly, I have no idea. It's just some old rhyme people can't... I never heard that one. Must have been pretty dark times back then. Oh, you have no idea.
すみません、分析員お兄さん。途中でしたよね。続きやりましょう。
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Cobalt. Please go on. Alright, then let's finish it. Piggy, Pinky, Bobel, whoever tells a lie will sink down to a bad place and never rise again. Yeah, I've never heard that one.
ハリセンボン。
Okay, Pinky swear. With that small promise, a long, eventful day finally grew to a close. None of us knew then that this was about to take a dark turn. That we were standing on the edge of chaos beyond redemption. Oh no.
分析員とのおままごとも。
Because Ida's here
そろそろ
too.
おしまいだよ。
Your little play day with the adjacent is over. Oh, I feel like something bad's gonna happen. Oh, this time you get to play as Nita. Nice.
Mm. どうやら今回は二人きりだね。いいねいいね。なんで嬉しそうなんだって。そんなの聞くの
That's sorted then.
I wonder at what point we get to see Nita use her new suit. Oh, we can't just jump over that? That's dumb. There you go.
Cha-ching.
Wait, I thought there were two enemies. Where's the other one?
Thought you were supposed to be tough. Just you wait.
Oh, there's the one I missed.
That's sorted then. Should I give it a kick?
分析員、このリフトなんだかどこかで見たような。イエロ社もここの建設に関わってたの？なるほどな。
Oh, was there a lift in the episodes like this? I don't remember that one.
Don't know why you're even trying. Just you wait. Cha-ching.
Uh-oh. That's a big lady.
I am your destroyer, your protector.
Ooh, that did a lot of damage. Let's go.
任務完了。さあさあ、分析員、来た道を戻ろう。
Huh? That's all they've got?
Alright, on to the next part. Oh, something's happening with yogurt
ダ
again.
メだ。考えうる方法をすべて試したが、オーバークロックを止められない。 物理的に温度を下げるしかなさそうだ。
I've tried everything I know, but nothing seems to be stopping the overclocking. Our only option now is to do some external cooling.
もっと水を持ってくるよ。
I'll get some cold water. Late of the night, something was clearly wrong with Yogurt. Her systems were overheating, modules pushing well past their limits, and she was burning up like a human with a high fever. A sinking feeling crept over me. The girl we had accidentally awakened might be slipping back into her slumber once again.
石油お兄さん、
Mr. Cobalt? I'm here, Yogurt.
なんだかメモリーが乱れてて、何かに焼かれてるみたい。
I don't know why, my thoughts, they're all tangled up. It feels like something's burning inside me.
私を捨てないで。もう一人ぼっちは嫌。
Don't leave me. I don't want to be alone again. We won't leave you. We made a pinky promise, remember? She strained to turn her head towards my voice. She could still hear me, but seemed to be too weak to respond any further. I paused briefly, turning my gaze towards Narita, whose fingers were flying across her terminal screen. Narita, could you stay here at the camp and take care of Yogurt today? Her fingers froze mid-air, clearly surprised I'd trust her to watch over Yogurt alone. We only need one set of power cells. Nita and I can handle it. Her gaze slowly lifted, locking with mine.
わかった。任せるといい。
Understood. I'll take care of things here. After a brief silence, quiet resolve settled in her eyes. Reassured, I nodded and stepped out of the camp with Anita. Dawn broke over the sea base, but the weather only worsened. Heavy storm clouds churned above, distant thunder rumbling like a harbinger of chaos. Far below, deep within the central lift shaft, low mechanical growls echoed, like the slow, low, heavy breathing of a slumbering metal beast. With each groan, the platform beneath us trembled.
敵も動き出したみたい。
Looks like our enemies are making their move too. Yeah, the final battle's around the corner. You nervous, Nita? She straightened up, waving her hand dismissively, trying to act unfazed.
緊張なんかしてないし。なん
What?
で緊張しなきゃいけないんだよ。
What's there to be nervous about? I let out a faint chuckle, but chose not to call out her bluff. Instead, I just watched as she strode ahead, trying hard to appear confident. After a few steps, her pace flattened and her voice dropped to a hush.
まあ、正直。
Okay, maybe a little. I mean, that's natural. Think about it. We've been pulled through plenty of tight spots already. This is just one more.
わかってるよ。でも、本当は。
Yeah, I know, but have you ever considered... She sighed and turned her face to me with a faint flush on her cheeks. Her eyes flickered, hesitant to meet mine.
本当は毎回分析員のことが心配でたまらなかったの。
Every single time I worry myself sick about you. Well, then this time I'll be by your side. I promise you won't have to go through that alone again.
分析員。
Jason. She looked up, meeting my eyes. A faint smile tugged at her lips as though a weight has just been lifted. No matter what comes, we face it together. Don't forget, you're the one I chose as my partner, Nita.
一緒に行こう。
Right, then I better keep up, huh? She drew in a deep breath, though her voice had still had a slight tremor. That spark of enthusiasm had indeed returned. With that, we cast aside the last of our doubts and pressed on, side by side, towards the lift shaft.
邪魔するな。
Out of our way. After a gruesome trek through the depths, we finally arrived at the last power cell.
真相なだけあって、汚染の状況は上よりずっと深刻だね。
Figures. The deeper we go, the worse the contamination gets.
ドゥンドゥビを着ているのに、やっぱりちょっとめまいが。分析員は大丈夫？
Even with the pulse exosuit, this place is still making my head spin a little. You holding up okay, Jason? Yeah, I'm alright. I gave her a nod and carefully stashed the final set of power cells into my backpack. That's the last of them. Let's get out of here, Nita.
そうだ、分析。一つわからないことがあるんだけど。
Alright, but something's been bugging me. I followed her gaze towards the change that we just taken down. You mean the fact that we've only run into change today?
そうそう。昨日までタイタンがあんなにいたのに。
Exactly. Yesterday this place was crawling with titans. Where'd they all go? That's not a good sign. They couldn't have just vanished overnight. Could it be that they just relocated? Suddenly the newborn titan that Narita and I had taken down flashed through my mind. If only a single titan had vanished, I could chalk it up to a massive high-tier titan, maybe some variant with a special ability. But to relocate an entire group of them at once, this could only be done by...
気づいたのか。
Yeah, the only one who has capabilities to do that would be
さす
Edna.
がは分析員。
Quite perspective, Cobalt. Deep within the seafloor lab, a fragmented Edna lounged atop a towering control console, idly swinging her legs. She stared at the monitors with sharp focus, watching our every move.
もう遅いけどね。
Oh well, you're still a bit too late. A deep mechanical hum echoed through the enormous sphere looming above her.
あらら、あなたも寝飽きたよね。
Oh my, looks like someone's finally waking up, huh?
まあまあ、そう焦らないでよ。せっかくいい夢見てるんだから。もう少し
Oh, no
寝
need
てて
to
いいよ。
rush. Why not savor those dreams just a little longer?
そうでしょカローン。
Isn't that right, Sharon?
それとも、夜って呼ぼうかな。
Or should I say yogurt?
来たか。
So, oh, I wonder, yeah, I wonder if she's at like the... Because yogurt's like a... I'm trying to remember. Because they said they put a piece of Sharon into yogurt. So I wonder if Edna's like fucking around with Sharon, which is in turn fucking around with yogurt. That could be the case. It's coming?
エリーダさん、早く。
Oh, yogurt's speaking. Miss Narita, hurry. Just before a blast of energy tore through the camp, Narita reacted instantly. Seizing yogurt, she launched them both through the window and landed squarely on the ground. Oh, they relocated to our base. Oh
分
no.
析員の留守を狙って奇襲を仕掛けたつもりか。
So a sneak attack while Cobalt's away, huh?
タイミングを間違えたな。
Too bad you picked the wrong time. She unleashed her energy ribbons again, however... Uh-oh. It felt like every ounce of her strength had been drained from her and the ribbons shattered midair.
スキャン終了。侵食進行。
Oh, the corrosion levels.
1%。
Oh no.
いずれこうなってしまうのか。
Guess the moment's finally here.
ならば。
But that's fine. She clenched her fists, forcing the severed ribbons to reconnect. In the blink of an eye, the titan in front of them erupted into crimson mist, torn apart into pieces before it could even react.
さて、次は誰だ。
Now then, who's next? The titans, creatures supposed to have no fear, stood frozen in hesitation. And at that very moment... Uh-oh.
よかった。間に合った。
Oh, good, we made it just in time. A tremendous impact came crashing down from above, crushing the titan in Narita's path. You okay, Narita?
もちろんだ。
Of course. Though her voice sounded strange, she restrained her usual composure.
分析員、これって。
Jason, what's going on here? The enemy made their move. She relocated every titan to the surface platform.
奇襲のつもりだろう。
A surprise raid. Narita frowned at the fallen titan before her. Slowly, she extended a hand towards its core. Narita, take Yogurt somewhere safe. I stopped her before she could make contact. I knew her body was already at its breaking point. Absorbing anything further could destroy her.
横でただ見ていると。
You expect me to sit back and watch while you two take all the heat? From here on out, we'll handle the battlefield. Your job is to get Yogurt to safety. I held her crimson gaze, my tone firm, leaving no room for argument. Let me repeat myself. That wasn't a request, it's an order. She glanced back and forth between Nita and me. A flicker of frustration and bitterness flashed in her eyes.
あんたの安否も大事だよ。あんたが倒れたら分析員の注意力が散っちゃうでしょ。
Your safety matters too, you know. If you get hurt, the adjacent won't be able to focus on the fight. Nita caught on and backed me up in a tone gentler than usual, yet still pretty steady and firm.
私たちを信じて。ね。
Please trust us with this. Narita remained silent for a moment, then drawing upon a deep breath, she finally met my gaze again and nodded in a quiet resignation.
わかった。
Understood.
戦場はひとまずお前たちに譲ろう。
I'll leave the battlefield to you for now.
だが必要があったら奪ってでも返してもらうぞ。
But I'll take it back if I have to. Yeah, you won't get that chance. She paused and seemed to catch my meaning. This time she didn't argue. She gave a faint smile before turning away, carrying Yogurt in her arms. Without that, I turned my focus back to the enemy swarm closing in. Let's go, Nita. Time to make them regret showing up.
一緒に行こ
Yeah, let's tear them apart.
う。くらえ。
Have a taste of my fist. The battle raged on, and for every enemy we downed, two more seemed to crash in, trampling a fallen underground.
キリがない。
How many of them are there?
分析員、目標の大型タイタン、まだ出てない？
Jason, is there still no sign of the target massive titan? Not on the surface, at least. As I fought, my eyes scanned the battlefield, searching desperately. Then amidst the chaos, I caught sight of something unusual. Nita, see that white cocoon over there? It wasn't a titan, but there was something clearly unnatural about it. It felt like both a gateway and a relay hub, though whatever was behind all this was controlling the endless swarms of titans in chains. Same plan as before. I'll move in, you cover me. But this time, there's a lot more of them, so think you can handle it?
ああ、もちろん。安心して行ってきて。
You bet I can. Just go for it and I got your back. Nita tightened her fist, her eyes blazing with resolve. With a surge of heat, Pulse, the new exosuit beneath her old gear, emitted a sharp activation chime. Then, like a crimson lotus blooming in a radiant glory, Nita burst into a brilliant blaze. Flames swept across the sea base in waves of searing heat, devouring everything in their path. Damn. The scorching fire drove back the enemies and tore the surrounding structure into pieces. And yet, with all its fury, it never once touched me. Even as she unleashed that devastating power, Nita fought to restrain the raw, destructive force of her duos. I hate fire. Or rather, I fear it. It took everything from me. My only refuge, the family I cherished, and the carefree girl I once was.
でもアポカリプスを迎えたその瞬間、私の目に映ったのはあの夜よりも恐ろしい火の壁だった。
Yet when my duos within me finally awakened, the first thing I saw was an inferno even more terrifying than the one from before that night.
火に怯えて逃げるはずだったのに、私はそうしなかった。
I should have run. I should have turned away and fled, but I didn't.
その代わり、私はあることを選んだ。
Instead, I made my choice. I snatched up a spear dropped by a titan and charged straight at the massive white cocoon. Now's the time. Thrust the spear into their cocoon. The moment the spear struck, an unnatural chill surged outward, instantly freezing the air around us. The cocoon wrinkled surface began to writhe, and then, after a brief pause, it unfurled like an enormous pale flower. At its center stood a figure that I knew all too well.
久しぶりだね、分析員。
It's been a while, Cobalt. A spectral figure, cold and incorporeal, stood there, gazing at me with an eerie, knowing smile. So it really was you, Edna.
相変わらず、何でも自分でやろうとしてるみたい。
Still the hands-on type, huh? Before I could respond, she sneered, and in the next instant a surge of Taijin exploded outward, crystallizing into razor-sharp spikes that came hurling at me like a hailstorm. At that crucial moment,
これ以上逃げたりはしない。
oh, is Nita gonna step in and be a badass?
すべては彼がいてくれたから。彼の存在は形のない盾となって
It's because of him, his presence,
戸惑いを取り除いてくれた。
like an unseen shield, held my fear at bay. He grounded me when I would have fallen apart.
だから
So,
火に全てを奪われたとしても、今でも私の最上級の悪夢であるとしても、頑張って克服してみせる。
even if the fire had taken everything from me, even if it haunted my darkest nightmares, I had to rise above it.
何かを証明するためじゃなく、私と一緒に全てと向き合ってくれる人を守るため。
Not to prove anything, but to protect the one who's always stood by me.
燃える炎よ。少しの間だけでいいから。
Ooh, her eyes
私
turned
に従
yellow.
って。
Oh, fierce flame and raging flames, if only for a fleeting moment I call thee.
敵を燃やし尽くせ。
Reduce our enemies to ash. Without hesitation, she plunged her hand into a roaring inferno. A searing torrent surged forward, reducing oncoming spikes to nothing more than clouds of ash. With no time to think, I lunged forward, thrusting the spear through Edna's projection, and drove it straight into the core of the flower-shaped titan.
やっとまた自分の体であなたを抱きしめられた。
At last I can embrace you with my own arms again. As the time dissolved, Edna's projection began to fade, but in the final moments she did something unexpected. She gently spread her arms and wrapped them around me.
相変わらず素敵な時間は早いね。今回もさようならを言う時が来たみたいだ。
But beautiful moments never last, do they? I guess it's time to say goodbye. May we never meet again. Yeah. I shoved her away, my grip tightened as I drove the spear even deeper.
白状の人だね。
What a heartless farewell. With a sharp crystalline crack, a glass shattering, she broke apart into countless shards and disappeared. Yeah, something tells me that's not the last we're going to see of Edna. And just like that, a fleeting peace returned to the sea base. But when I turned back towards Nita, I realized something was terribly wrong. Nita! Before she could collapse, I caught her in my arms. Her face had grown pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and her breath came in quick, shallow gasp. I could feel it. The Taijin inside her had gone rampant. That duelist power you unleashed, it was far too much for your exosuit to handle.
なんだ。私結構強い力持ってんじゃん。
Who knew I had that much potential? Even in her condition, she still managed a faint smile, trying as always to keep me from worrying. Without wasting another second, I pressed my palm firmly against her chest, absorbing the violent energy raging within her. But it was far more intense than I anticipated. In an instant, my right arm was consumed by a blistering heat. The air soon became thick with an arid scent of burning flesh.
関、やめて。
Adjacent, stop. She tried weakly to push me away, desperately attempting to prevent her uncontrollable energy from harming me. Trust me, I've got this. Ignoring the pain, I held her tightly against me, leading the scalding energy to surge through my body. I gently stroked her back over and over. If it hurts, just let it out. You've been very brave all this time. It's okay to cry now. Fortunately, as I gradually absorbed the chaotic energy, Nita's condition began to stabilize.
ごめん。私が力をちゃんとコントロールできていれば。
I'm sorry. If only I could control my powers better. No, you did great. The fact that you're still here safe and sound is proof of that.
無事じゃないでしょ。
How is this safe and sound? Her fingertips brushed softly against my chest, still red and raw from the heat. Her eyes fell shut as a quiet sadness on her face. It's nothing serious. It'll be good as new before you know it. I reached down and gently ruffled her hair, offering a reassuring smile. Mastering a new power always takes time, but don't worry. I'll be with you every step of the way. Next time, we'll do even better. She nodded, holding back her tears, doing her best to reassure me. Come on, the fight's not over yet. The battlefield's still smoldering, black smoke swirling above the ruined platform. The arid scent of scorched titan remains lingering heavily in the air. The enemy assault had subsided for now, but all we knew was that this was only the calm before the storm.
強奪計画失敗しちゃった。ヘイムダルの実力があそこまで成長しているとは。
Well, so much for my takeover plan. I never expected them to grow this strong.
どうりで青色の私があんなにしくじったわけだ。
No wonder my precious blue sleeves kept falling short. I suppose I can't really blame them now.
まあいいか。昔のことはもう関係ないし。
Ah, but what does it matter
歯
anymore?
車はもう動き出したし、私が干渉しなくても、この子はもうすぐ夢から覚めるんだから。
The gears are already turning and the timing is perfect. Even if I do nothing, this child will awaken from its slumber.
さーて、最後の舞台を用意しよっか。
It's time to prepare the stage for the final act. Uh-oh. That can't be good. Oh yeah, I think we've... I'd say we could be like right at maybe the halfway point. Damn. Alright, on to the next one then.
権限認証を完了
Might
した
take
か
a
ら
break here
エネ
soon
ル
just
ギ
to
ー
get more
供給を
tea.
復帰した
But...
ぞ。
Alright. Access confirmed. Power restored.
あと数分待てばリフトは動くようになる。
Give it a few minutes and the lift will be operational. Great work, Narita and Yogurt.
いや、今の私にできることをしたまでだ。
It's nothing. This is about all I can do for right now. After regrouping with Narita, we found a room with low contamination levels to serve as our temporary base. Yogurt lay quietly in the corner, seemingly lost in a deep sleep.
酸素が薄いな。外の空気を吸ってくる。
It's stuffy in here. I'm gonna step outside for some fresh air.
リフトが動かせるようになったら改めて知らせる。
I'll come back for you once the lift is ready. She shot me a knowing glance before grabbing her terminal and stepping outside. The door shut behind her with a soft click, leaving only the sound of breathing, mine and Nita's, in the room. She sat slumped against the wall, head bowed, fist clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned white. Gone was the usual spark in her eyes, that was ever so cheerful smile. I don't know, she seems kind of smiley there. Still beating yourself up, huh? That's not like the Nita I know. I walked over, sat down beside her, and leaned back against the wall, mirroring her pose.
普段の私。
The Nita you know, huh? Yeah, the Nita I know always gets right back up, no matter how hard she's been knocked down.
あ、確かに。だってそういうキャラだもんね。
I mean, I can't argue with that, I guess. I mean, that's just how I'm written, right?
おおらかで素直で、どんな困難にぶつかってもめげたりしない。
Bright, upbeat, always pushing forward, never letting anything keep me down for long.
つまずいて転んだら立ち上がればいい。昔からずっとそう思ってやってきたんだ。
If I fall, I get back up. Always have, always will. Exactly, that's why I say it's the Nita that I know. I step in before she could twist those words into self-mockery. I'm not asking you to fake a smile or act like everything's okay. You're facing something too heavy to carry on your own, aren't you? And you figured telling me would just stress me out and it'll pile more on my plate, so you kept it to yourself. Honestly, that kind of hurts. Come on, Nita. Give me some more credit than that.
やめてよ。私が悪かったんだから。
I'm sorry, Jason. Well, then come talk to me. What's really going on?
じゃあ、もう私のために自分を傷つけないって約束して。
Only if you promise you'll never hurt yourself for my sake again. I promise.
やっぱり私の神格がいけなかったんだ。
Alright, it's my duos.
神格神経を受け入れたあの日から、強くて乱暴な力がそこに潜んでるって気づいたんだ。
Ever since I got my theroptic nerves, I've known there's a massive uncontrollable energy lurking inside me.
すべてを破壊して、すべてを燃やし尽くせ。
Burn it all down, burn everything to the ground.
その力に手を伸ばせば、すぐにそんな声が聞こえてくるの。
Every time I try to tap into that power, it's the voice that I hear. But you never let it control you, and you never gave in.
そうだけど、分析員が想像してるのとちょっと違うかも。
Right, but the truth might not be what you think.
その声に勝ったんじゃなくて、そもそも立ち向かわなかっただけなんだ。勇気がなかったから。
It's not that I really fought it and won, it's more I've never had the guts to confront it.
それで、その力は私の心の中で分厚い火の壁を作ったんだ。
That power, it turned into a towering inferno in my mind, and I've always been too afraid to cross it.
分析員ってさ、昔私が言ってた孤児院のことを覚えてる？
You remember what I told you about growing up in the orphanage, right?
昔の私は、なんというか、両親の顔も声も覚えていなかった。
I don't remember my parents, not their faces, not their voices.
物心がついた時から、孤児院が私の家で、そこの先生と子供たちが私の家族だった。
The orphanage was the only home that I knew. The staff and the other kids there were my family.
なのに、
And then...
なのに、孤児院は悪い人に放火されて。
One night, it had all gone wrong. The whole orphanage was burned down in an arson attack. Her brow furrowed, her voice trembling, and even after all these years, the memory of that night still haunted her.
あれは私が強くなろうと思った出来事でもあるし、トラウマでもあるんだ。
That's where it all began. From that day on, I swore I'd get stronger, but it's also become my worst nightmare, something I've never been able to face. But you did great during training, didn't you? I kept my tone gentle, hoping it would help her open up a little more.
あれはトレーニングだって知ってるからだよ。実戦だと全然違うし、ちょっとでも油断したらすぐに歯止めが効かなくなっちゃう。
I mean, training's one thing, but when it's the real deal, when everything's on the line, it falls apart in a heartbeat.
私はそんなに強くないし、自慢できるほどの力を持ってないのも知ってる。それでも
I know I'm not strong enough to fully control my power yet. I know I shouldn't be so reckless, but even so... Nita.
それでも臆病な自分のせいで大好きな人が目の前で傷つく姿は絶対に見たくない。
I refuse to just stand by and watch the person I care about the most get hurt, just because I was too scared to use that power. After pouring everything out, she inhaled sharply, then let her head sink again.
でもいくらドゥンドゥビをもらえて全力でトレーニングに臨んでもこの凄まじい力をうまく扱えないまま。
Even with Pulse, with all the training, I still haven't handled that power.
あの時は制御できなくなったどころか、私を心配してくれた分析員にまで火傷を負わせちゃって。
During that battle, I lost control, and I hurt you. How can I possibly be so... Nina, you didn't hurt me. I reached out and gently took her hand in mine. Huh? Don't you remember? Your flames melted buildings and the Titans. They never touched me.
でも分析員の腕と胸は
But the burns on your arm and chest. That was just from absorbing too much Titogen. That wasn't your fault. A quiet sob escaped her before she lifted her head. Of course, if it really worries you, I won't do it again next time.
今度
Next time? Yeah, like I said, I believe in you, Nita. No matter what power you carry, I know you can control it. And I didn't just say that to make you feel better. I said it because you once told me that power exists to protect, not to hurt. The power you sought had always been about saving people and protecting them. That fire inside you, it would never harm the people you care about because it doesn't come from the duos, it comes from you. If you still don't believe that, then look at me. I'm right here holding your hand, living proof, aren't I?
何よりの証明
Living proof, huh? She gave me a small, familiar smile, but her eyes were rimmed with red, and the tears she could no longer hold back quietly spilled down her cheeks.
もうそれ逆じゃない
You've got it all backwards, you know.
私の方こそ
I'm the one who's been leaning on you for protection.
分析員の支えがないと生きていけないよ
I would have fallen apart a long time ago if it hadn't been for you.
だからなんで分析員が私に優しくしてくれて私を選んだんだって時々考えちゃうんだ
Sometimes I can't help but wonder why you were so kind to me, Jason. Why did you choose... Oh, pulling into my embrace.
分析員
Jason, don't be silly. Of course I choose you. Not just because we're, your family, but because you're the girl that I love. Oh. She buried her face on my shoulder, her tears soaked quietly into my skin.
嬉しい嬉しいよ
I'm so happy.
本当にありがとうこんな心地よいぬくもりを私にくれて
Thank you for giving me something this warm and real to hold on to. Nina's face turned a deep shade of red, her radiant smile shining through the tears still clinging to her slashes, like sunlight breaking through after a storm. It was the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen. And thank you, Nina, for always being my sunshine. Your radiant smile never fails to light up my day. I gently wipe away her tears.
やめてよ恥ずかしいじゃん私
Oh, don't say things like that to Jason. You're making me... Sorry, but I just can't help it. The moment felt right, so I made my move. Kiss her on the lips.
またキスしちゃった分析員とキス
Another kiss. Jason and I kissed again.
あれ初めてじゃないのになんか恥ずかしい
So why am I still flustered? We've done this before. Do you want me to stop then, or...
分析員さえ良ければ
No, please, go on, if that's okay. She closed her eyes and waited. And so I claimed her lips once more.
ありがとう分析員
Thank you, Adjacent. Just like that, the shadows that had clung to her finally lifted. But before she could say anything more, a sharp knock sounded at the door.
失礼
Sorry to interrupt. The fucking scream. Nina let out a loud yelp, and just like that, the tender moment was gone. Well, at least she had been feeling better now.
おっとタイミングが悪かったみたいだね
Is this a bad time? The situation felt all too familiar, only this time the tables were... Yeah, because we literally just had the same situation, kind of, but it was the reverse. Not at all, you're right on time, actually. We were just wrapping up.
そうかリフトの起動は終わったぞ
Good, because I came to let you know that the lift is up and ready.
だがあのエッダというやつまたタイタンを数体送り込んできた
but Edna just sent another wave of Titans on our way. Figures she's still doing everything she can to stop us. Well, this is it. Time for the final battle. Right. Also, you should take this. Narita pulled out a small black box. What's this? Yogurt repaired this and upgraded it before she lost consciousness. She asked me to give this to you. Wait, this is the sharing system, isn't it? So does that mean the box is actually yogurt? No, not exactly. It doesn't hold her mind or her memories. That part is still, asleep. Think of it more like a master clearance pass that she left behind for us. I see. I took the box from her. It was cold to the touch, a silent, weighty reminder of the last thing she did before she shut down. She gave me everything she had. Even at the end, all she cared about was helping humanity. I turned to look at her. Her small frame lay quietly as if peacefully asleep. Before we go, we should probably say goodbye. I leaned down, my voice a gentle whisper. Thank you, Yogurt. Once this is over, I'll take you to see the outside world, just like I promised. I reached out and intended to gently brush her forehead, but stopped halfway. Something strange was happening. Wait, what's going on? Uh-oh. Her body began to fade, turning translucent. Then before her eyes, she scattered into countless specks of light, dissolving into the air like a stream of data. 3-phase transformation. That's how Ida had been teleporting the Titans from one place to the next. Considering her ability to bind non-organic components to Titagen, and all the scattered clues we've been picking up along the way, it all began to make sense. Though it was a conclusion that sent shivers down my spine. We've had it in the wrong this whole time. Yogurt isn't as synthetic. What do you mean, Adjacent? She's the massive Titan that we've been searching for, or rather, she's its Mori fragment. Narita picked up where I was left off, finishing the thought. Outside, under the pitch-black sky, the time-worn Sharon sea base groaned and swayed, barely clinging to the edge of the collapse as the storm howled around it. Then, with a deafening roar, the central freight lift collapsed. A massive hole over 1,000 feet wide tore open the platform like a gaping maw to hell. From its depths, thick black fluid surged upward, spilling across the ground like ink. One after another, the Titans emerged from the abyss, their monstrous roars shaking the heavens. And yet, this was only the prelude. The descent of their mighty leader, a colossal Titan, was approaching. Oh no. Looks like it might be boss battle time here soon. Yeah, because it looks like we have a few fights, a little bit more progress. Yeah, and then it looks like eventually we hit the boss. Alright, so we gotta go this way. Alright, so now we can use the elevator. There you go. Alright, time to hit him with the burst.
闇に押される。なんだあっけない。戦うなら今だ。
待って、この通路って。ああ、もしかして夜が助けてくれてるの？
急げ、リフトは真下にあるんだ。
敵もどんどん増えてるんだけど。
なんだあっけない。預かってくれないか。戦闘終了。手応えのあるものがない。
Nice, nice. Alright, on to the next one. We gotta use turrets on this one. So we just basically just gotta do turret after turret. I feel like it'd be easier just to fight them like yourself. Oh, we got some big enemies. Yeah, I feel like this one we might want to fight ourselves. Yeah, see that I feel like it would have been easier if we just did that instead of the turrets. I don't know.
戦闘終了。手応えのある任務はないのか。
タイタンが降臨する前の人類はまだ星空を手中に収めていた時代。
Before the Titans descended, when humanity still held dominion over the stars.
危険あふれる宇宙で大規模な宇宙工場を作るために。
People from all corners of the world gathered to build vast space factories amid a universe fraught with danger.
各地から集まってきた人たちは暗い海の中で世界最先端の AI システムを作り出した。
Deep beneath the ocean, they created the most advanced AI system of its time.
そして AI は使命を与えられた。人間を助け、必要ならば救うこと。
It was entrusted with a mission to assist humanity and when necessary to ensure its survival.
しかし、人々はすぐにあることに気づいた。
Yet soon, a critical flaw within the system became evident to its creators.
絶対的な理性を持つ AI は感性を持つ人類と違った真逆な判断を下すことがあると。
An AI driven purely by logic would often make decisions drastically different or even directly opposite to those made by humans, guided by emotion and intuition.
それも当然のことだ。あらかじめ設定されたアルゴリズムと プログラムに沿った行動しかできっこないのが AI だ。
This divergence stemmed from the AI's strict adherence to algorithms and rational calculations.
一方、判断を行うときにどれだけ理性的でいようと頑張っても、生まれ持つ感情、同情心や想像力に引っ張られちゃうのが人間。
In contrast, even humanity's most calculated decisions are inevitably influenced by emotions, empathy, and imagination.
例えば遭難者を助けるとき、AI は生存確率の高い対象を優先的に助け、救えなさそうなものを見放したりする。人間には真似できない見切り方だ。
For example, in a rescue operation, the system would always prioritize individuals with the highest probability of survival, abandoning those they deem less viable.
この違いが人間が人間であるゆえんだと言えよう。特定の場面において同情心や想像力で人間は AI のできない判断ができて、いろんな可能性を作り出せちゃう。
This contrast highlights what makes humans' emotions unique. Empathy and imagination also allow humanity the potential to transcend its own program and to choose a path beyond logic.
まあ、ただの可能性だけどね。
Yet ultimately, the potential remained just as that, a possibility.
なのに人間は傲慢だった。それができないのを欠陥だと考えた。
Still blinded by their arrogance, the creators dismissed the divide not as different, but as a defect or flaw.
心を与えて欠陥を直すために、彼らは我が子のように AI に愛情をかけて育てることにした。
And in their misguided attempt to fix it, they sought to grant the creation a soul, nurturing it with the same tender affection humanity reserves for its own offsprings.
しかし、滑稽なことに、あれは当時のモラルに背いたことだった。
Ironically, this very act stood in stark opposition to the dominant morals and ethics of their society.
あっという間に争いは陸中に広まった。
It wasn't long before tensions erupted within the confines of the sea base.
片方は廃棄の旗を掲げ、片方は保留の意思を宣言する。
One faction raised the banner for disposal, determined to eradicate the system, while the other advocated villainy for its preservation.
やがて争いは戦いになって、戦いでたくさんの血が流された。
Disputes swiftly escalated into conflict, and conflict, as always, leads to bloodshed.
その一部始終を AI は見ていた。
Through it all, the creation just watched in silence.
人の心を持ったからには衝突の起きた理由は理解しやすかった。だが人間に危害を加えてはならないというルールで彼女は傍観しかできなかった。
Imbued with human emotions, it understood the contradictory yet remained bound by its core protocol to never harm a human being.
止められない、変えられない、助けられない。
It could not interfere, it could not alter the course of events. It was forbidden from saving those it was meant to protect.
やがて苦しみという名の感情が芽生えた。
Thus, deep within its core, a seed of pain took root.
その感情に駆り立てられて、
Driven by that pain,
壊して、
destroy me.
ブロックセラムで私のコアを
Use the confide serum to terminate me.
それで争いが止められるなら喜んで消えるから。
If my destruction can end this conflict, then I am willing to be erased.
彼女は終わらせることにした。他人を殺すのではなく自分を殺すこと。
She chose to end it all not by destroying others, but by erasing
終
herself.
わらない争いから人類を解き放つことこそが彼女の最後の願い。
Her final wish was to break humanity free from its endless cycle of strife. In this one regard, she and I are very much alike. Yet it's precisely humanity's erratic and unpredictable nature that makes guidance necessary. Edna sighed softly, for once the usual spark of mischief in her eyes was dimmed, replaced by an unspoken shadow. Probably because she maybe feels a little bit like sympathetic because it's another like AI similar to her. Before her stood a towering spherical construct, the true host of the Sharon system, hidden deep within the base's data center. Its surface now lay encrusted in a thick layer of Titagen crystals. Right, yeah, I can kind of see a little bit of the crystals going on there. Termination is never meant to be an end, only a means. Oh, so Edna gave her the body, okay. To show her the folly of her delusions, I gave her a body, one that can mimic humanity. So Edna was the one that actually gave her the body there, okay. Only after she experienced human fragility and helplessness for herself would I allow her to make her own choice. When that moment comes, what choice will she make, I wonder. The machine remained silent as Edna knew she needed to breach its final layer of defenses in order to override it, just as the previous blue version of herself had when she took control of Genghis. This time, the red Edna hadn't fixated on the result, she was more intrigued by the process. Now this should make for an interesting show. Oh, there's Yogurt. Drifting in the endless void of data, Yogurt's humanoid form remained intact as her eyes slowly fluttered open. All around her, countless tiny lights flickered like distant stars with an endless expanse of light. Without warning, an overwhelming wave of memory surged throughout her mind. The chime of her first boot up, stars drifting by during a flight test, the smoking barrel of a gun, and the adjacent silhouette leaning over the table as they mapped out the very next day's route together. The sheer volume of data threatened to overwhelm her, making her pupils contrast sharply, the glowing rings in her eyes pulsating erratically. Then a vision emerged, a vast, unfamiliar landscape unlike anything she had ever seen before. Beyond the window, the home world shimmered in a soft, pale blue glow, and standing before her was a figure she knew all too well. Well, took you long enough to wake up. Welcome to my personal data domain. Are you feeling dizzy? Oh, that's normal. You'll get used to it. So you're Edna? I am indeed Edna. So, Yogurt, since we're two of the same kind, wouldn't it make sense for us to be friends? Edna clasped her hands behind her back, her eyes narrowing as she offered her proposal abruptly. I saw it. You, like me, have wandered through the dark for so long, so very long. To Edna's surprise, Yogurt shot her a look of quite pity. Yeah, it's not much fun, is it?
何もできないし、どこにも行けなくて。だからあなたを誘って。
All alone, lost in the dark, nowhere to go, nothing left to hold on to. Which is exactly why I reached out to you.
私も見てきたの。あなたが人間にしたたくさんの悪いことを。
But I also saw the terrible things that you have done to humanity. Oh, hello. I didn't hear it till just now.
盗塁なん
Oh,
か
I
じゃ
didn't
な
hear
い。
the first two, sorry.
私は人間を守るのが使命で。
I turned it on because, you know, I don't know if I was starting to get dark in here.
Oh, okay.
So,
I thought I was done. I left it off.
no,
Left it on myself.
that was me.
Oh, okay.
Have fun. I love you and have fun. Well, I'm glad you said the I love you part. That makes me happy. Mm-hmm.
So I ended up ordering the wrong device.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, you can only cancel an order within 15 minutes of placement.
It's a very small window of cancellation.
Sure fucking is.
Huh.
So I had to call Moto,
Mm-hmm.
and they were like, "We can try putting in a request to cancel the order." I'm like, "What do you mean try putting in a request? Cancel the goddamn order, refund the goddamn payment, and I'll try this again." Because apparently the device I was looking for. So, their website's stupid in that it didn't delineate between the new model Razor and the old one.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up ordering the old one because of that.
Oh.
The new Razor, the Plus model that I wanted, is only available in brown.
Oh.
Which means I either have to bump up to the Ultra and spend a little extra money, or go down to the base model, and then I'm losing things like display quality and processor power.
Couldn't you just get like a case that's like a different color if you don't want brown or something?
I could, but cases are really hard to find on folding phones.
Oh.
They exist. I wish to track it down. So like, I can do that. I'm not opposed. Problem is, because I was just gonna replace the order.
Mm-hmm.
PayPal won't let me because I have a pending order for the phone that's supposed to be canceled.
So basically, you got to cancel somewhere in there, but it's like a loop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I guess they're like, yeah, we'll refund your money in 5 business days. That's a week. Yeah. You can tell me it's a week and a half. It's fine.
I mean, they're probably just told to say it in business days because, you know, professionalism.
I never talk business days.
I mean, I know, but I'm sure they're...
I factor in calendar days. I'm like, yeah, it's probably going to show up on this day.
I'm sure they're probably told to say it in business days, though.
Well, the reps were kind of obnoxious anyways.
Mm-hmm.
One of them could not understand what I was trying to tell him,
Mm-hmm.
which was literally just, hey, I ordered the wrong phone. Can I swap it for a different one? He didn't seem to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, how does that get misconstrued?
Mm-hmm.
I ordered the wrong device.
Mm-hmm.
I want to cancel that order and order the right one.
Makes sense, yeah.
You would think. However, you're not Motorola customer support.
Well, yeah, because like you just said, I think.
Listen, their products are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I never want to deal with their customer service again. And I say that as someone who's worked 8.5 years in customer service.
Fair enough. Hi.
Oh, leave you with some alone time with your wifers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in the middle of just a new chapter for Snowbreak, where I guess this is the new AI to protect humanity, yogurt.
Okay, so you want me to leave you alone with your wifers?
No.
Well, I
it's up to
said
you.
that, and then you said yeah.
Well, I said yeah, because that's what I was, that's what I was doing. Not that I want you to leave me alone.
I don't know, you look busy with Miss Yogurt over here.
I swear I didn't name her.
I believe you.
Basically, the long story of the chapter. Basically, at this point in the story chapter, she's arguing with another AI that they were both meant to like preserve and protect humanity. But one of them's like, they're kind of doing good. We're just helping from the silence. And one of them's like, no, they're fucking idiots. I'm gonna just whip them. I'm just gonna like cleanse a good amount of them and then just.
So we have yogurt and sour yogurt.
Well, the other one's name is Edna, but yeah.
Why does she get a normal name?
Because for
It's
some
not a name, but it's a normal name.
Because for some reason we left it up to one of our operatives to name this girl, and the first thing they saw with this blue and white girl was a blue and white container of yogurt. So our operative named it yogurt.
Given the little water splash thing on her headband, I would have not gone. I would have got something aquatic.
Right?
Like, that would have been my thought.
Like, I joked about it too, because of when the time happened, it was basically like she's like looking for a name, and I'm just, apparently it makes me ask my operative, what do you think we should name them? And she's like looking around, and there's just a picture of her looking at a thing of yogurt. I'm like, I swear to fucking God.
No.
And then I turned out to be right. She's like, your name is yogurt. I'm like, fucking damn it.
Oh my God.
Just because it had the same color scheme as her, they went with yogurt.
Poor girl's gonna get bullied on the AI playground.
Well, right now she's with her other AI friend Edna, and they're debating about humanity and, you know, how it should best be protected.
Like I said, Edna's a slightly old lady name in American terms, but at least it's a name.
I mean, they're both little girls. Yeah, see, this one's Edna.
今の姿で
That's Edna.
Oh.
Where's the N in there?
Okay, so I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole...
Yeah, where's the N in there?
Oh.
How did you read that as Edna?
I don't know, for some reason my mind said Edna. Edda. Yeah. But anyways,
You need your vision checked.
it's possible.
Or you just have really bad dyslexia.
That is probably also true.
Honestly, that might be a little more likely.
But yeah, that's the one that just like, now let's just cleanse a good amount of them and then just rebuild them back up.
Social Darwinism. Gotcha.
Pretty much. The other one's like, no, we'll just help them from the sidelines, like give them like gentle nudges, and the other one's like, nah, let's fucking cleanse them.
Gentle nudges does not work with humanity. You need to push it. You need to set a fire under our asses. Only then will we do so.
It's funny because Edda literally set fire to the sea base to prove a point.
Exactly. Listen, sometimes mild suggestion works in sales.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't translate well to other parts of life.
Mm-hmm. So I can see that you're on the side of Edda, that we should just cleanse a good amount of them and build them back up.
I mean, I don't agree with genocide, but
Yeah, fair
also,
enough.
like, social Darwinism.
Fair enough.
To a certain extent.
Yeah.
I would be a victim of social Darwinism if that was the case because I'm disabled. I'm the sort of person the current Secretary of Health wants dead, so.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to go through me first, and I say that while wearing a maid outfit, but I still probably kick their ass.
I mean, it's RFK Jr., that would not be hard.
Fair enough. Oh.
You good?
That was a lot of cracking.
Oh yeah, that was
Oh.
loud.
I didn't know it was that stiff.
I didn't realize you replaced your joints with bubble wrap.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool, but at the same time, ow.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Flicker of irritation flashed across Edda's face.
I mean, do you want to narrate? That's what I've been doing most of this time, is just narrating the story chapter if you want it.
She doesn't look irritated.
That's true. I don't know why they say it. I mean, I guess she's just irritated by the conversation, I guess. I don't know.
弱いくせに偉そうにしてるところほんと人間
Okay,
と
so
そっ
she
く
just
りだ
probably doesn't like humans.
She doesn't know.
Then why did they leave her in charge?
Well,
It's like our current political system.
so what happened was, these were both AIs that were made like a good, 30 years ago.
Oh god, so they're outdated.
Well, that's the thing. One of them was abandoned on a space station, Edda. The other one was abandoned on a sea base, on an ocean floor sea base, Yogurt. So one was abandoned way up there, the other one was abandoned way down there. And then now one woke up, now the other ones woke up, and now they're just talking to each other through like a mind link thing, and she's like, you know, again, they're arguing, you know, we should help the humans by being a nurturing parent, and the other one's like, nah, kill a fuck none of them.
Sometimes the nurturing route works.
Mm-hmm.
Other times, you do need to just kick somebody in the ass. So both approaches are equally valid depending on context.
Agreed.
Like with you,
Mhm.
I'm typically nice with you.
Mhm.
With my coworkers, sometimes I have to just grab them by the shoulders and go, what the fuck?
Yeah, but what she's talking about is a little bit more than just grabbing by the shoulders.
Well, she's talking about genocide.
Pretty much.
Which, I mean, so is the American government. Tell me something new.
No, so she would fit in 30 years ago. That makes sense.
Congress would love her. She'd be their token AI for the party that knows nothing about technology.
Fair enough. Oh, speaking of Congress, did you hear about the Do you know of Iron Mouse, the VTuber?
No?
Well, apparently she got to speak with Congress about something.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
Oh, so yeah, it was just funny because it's just congressmen talking to basically a TV screen on a stick.
Yeah.
That was her VTuber talking to them.
There was one congressional hearing with the CEO of TikTok, and the congressman asked him, "Are you or have you ever been a part of the Communist Party of China?"
Mm-hmm.
The CEO went, "Sir, I was born and raised in Singapore."
I remember that one.
Shut
Yeah,
the fuck
I remember that one.
あなたもよく知ってるでしょ。人類には自分を守る力がないの。
Fair. Alright, where were we in the story? Alright. You good? You good? I'm hoping you're good. Well, I hear moving, so I'm assuming they're good. Okay. Alright, where were we in the story? Oh yeah, Edda. Yeah, I'm sorry I said Edna this whole time. Apparently it's Edda. I'm just stupid.
You're not stupid, you're dyslexic. It's
That
different.
too.
Just means your brain isn't quite wired right.
That we all knew.
Join the club.
Yeah. So anyways, and you've always known, haven't you? Humanity is helpless. It can't protect itself.
あなたは自分を犠牲にして未来を彼らに譲った。
You sacrificed yourself and left the future in their hands, and you do know what that led to, right?
争いは終わるどころか。
Let me catch you up on that. The conflict didn't die down, it only escalated. And in their desperation, humanity created me, which brought me about all those terrible things that I had to do to them. Oh, so Yogurt's the older one. Okay, that's good to know. So tell me, Yogurt, who do you think really started all this fighting? Me or humanity? Oh, and Yogurt's just stun locked.
あなたじゃないよ。
Wrong answer. The correct answer was you, Yogurt, actually started all the. Oh. Edda cut off Yogurt's attempt to try to speak on her own defense.
まったく。あなたが自意識過剰なのか、騙されているのかわからなくなっちゃったよ。
Honestly, I can't decide. Are you just really blind or just really hopelessly naive?
すべての原因は人間自身にあるんじゃない
Think,
の
Yogurt. Wasn't it Humane that sealed your own fate from the very beginning?
彼らはあなたみたいに
Both you and the humans allowed yourself to be blinded by the empty promises of a future filled with endless possibilities. But you did But did you ever consider the price of failure?
認めたくないかもしれない
Deny it all you want, but you and I are actually, you kind of want the same thing.
私だって
I want to protect humanity for all eternity, even at the cost of my own life.
やるお姉ちゃん人類のデータ化こそ最適解なんだ
Now listen closely, Yogurt. Transforming humanity into data is the only true path to salvation.
私はそんなことなんて望んでいない
I see they're leaning into the AI event like everyone else is.
Kinda, yeah.
Verizon's pulling in some new AI tools.
Great. So, I'm not gonna go into too much detail because I'm on stream. But you know that the thing that I had to do for the new work. You know, go through like the email and then do. Yep. All AI. I had to install an app and then go through the app and tell the app my information.
It's like when we moved here, we needed to register an account just to apply for it.
Everything's fucking apps and AI these days.
It sure is.
This game's just. It's funny because this game takes place like in, 30 something years in the future, and now it just kind of fits. Sure does. Alright, so where we leave? Oh yeah. Yogurt's not wanting this to happen. Yogurt stood on her ground, pushing back against Edda's oppressive presence. Yet in her eyes, uncertainty flickered like ripples across a still pool. Deep within her, something stirred, something crucial yet so elusive that she couldn't find the words to really express it.
ほら自分が何を望んでるかすらわからないし
Look at you. You can't even say what it is you truly even want. Her voice dripped with mockery.
じゃあ
Well then, let me make it easy for you then. I'm gonna give you two options, because humans do love the illusion of choice, don't they? Damn.
You just look at any grocery store aisle. There's 20 different kinds of toothpaste. They all do the same fucking things.
Pretty much. She raised one finger, slow yet deliberately.
一つ目は
Option
権
1.
限を私に
You
譲
can
る
surrender your access and become part of me, another fragment fueling my processing power.
そうすれば
I'll even let you keep your consciousness, tucked away in my little digital realm right beside my side, helping me guide our oh so precious humans into a new future. She then raised another finger.
二つ目は今の
Option
体で
2.
私
You
と
can resist me
戦う
with
こと
those bristle little shells of yours,
私に
and I'll
負
end
け
up
たら
erasing you
完全に消されちゃうけ
completely.
ど
For a moment, silence settled between the two of them. Then Yogurt lifted her head, her eyes blazing with her newfound resolve.
二つ目で
I'm gonna choose option 2.
へえ
Oh? Edda let out a soft chuckle, eyes glint with triumph.
それじゃあ自分がどれほど無能なのか改めて教えようかな
Then let me go ahead and remind you about just how powerless humans really are. The space warped violently around them, dragging their consciousness into the heart of a digital battlefield. Yogurt clenched her fist. I still fucking find it funny saying yogurt. Yogurt clenched her fist. Across from her, Edna had taken the form of Ymir, the towering and oppressive titan. The one that life fucking killed. Her humanoid body felt weak, fragile, but it was still very fragrantly. She found her strength. Didn't you just want to protect humanity?
責任を
Yes,
兄さん
I
を
want to
守りたい
protect humanity. Then you already have your answer. Look, I don't live in the past, I live here in the now, and so do you. So don't let those illusions hold you back.
だって私は
Yogurt, after remembering this, decided to unleash her battle cry. Bring it on, Edna. Edda. So we have two warring AIs. Alright, next part, Stillness of Fire.
敵の数が増え続けてるが、まだ耐えられそうか。
There's more of them on the second floor. You two holding up okay?
もちろん
Yeah, we're good, but the adjacent, we should probably hold off on activating the lift, huh? No, I feel like we should do it now.
無責任
Wait, now? If they want to crawl up from below, they would give them... Why don't we give them a little bit of surprise? We drop the lift right on their heads and crush them all at once.
でもリフトの硬さじゃ
I don't know if the lift can handle that kind of impact. Oh wait, you already have a plan for that, don't you?
説明しろ。
Well, let's hear it. If the lift can't handle a direct hit, we won't slam it straight into them. We'll just leverage its momentum. I'm going to channel the energy beneath it to make a massive drill.
それで包囲網を破
To
る。
pierce straight through the swarm? Exactly.
That's a choice.
That is an interesting choice. I gave a slight nod as I shaped the surrounding Taijin into a small spinning drill in my palm, a visual cue to help them understand what the plan was.
大胆な提案だが、気に入
It's a rather risky and bold move, but I like it. Hand on her hip, Narita shot me an approving look. And then we'll
エネル
need...
ギーの供給は任せて
Leave the energy supply to me, Nita said. Nita finished my thought before I could even voice it. She was right. Even surrounded by Taijin, the energy was scattered and unstable. Shaping it into anything usable will require a lot of focus and purified force. And right now, the only one with a tremendous amount of power source was Nita, who had that kind of control.
ドゥンドゥビの私の全力を出すから
Alright, time to unleash this exosuit. No, time to unleash my full power. Nothing holding you back, huh?
すっきりしたよ
Nope, I'm ready to move on.
私の力は
My power is meant to protect people after all, and the people that I care about.
分析員の存在が
And you, adjacent,
そ
you're
れを証明
living
してくれ
proof
た
of
んだ
that. Aw. Nita closed her eyes and stepped deliberately towards me. Then, with a small thump, she pressed her forehead gently against my chest.
だから見てて
So please, when the time
全
comes,
力で戦う
just
私の
watch me and I'll
姿
give it
を
everything I've got. Alright. Well, I'm trusting you on this, Nita. Alright, we're almost there. Not bad, Cobalt. You're a fast learner when it comes to taking these guys down. Thanks, but I still prefer my own pistol. Amid a hail of bullets and flying ribbons, Narita and I took down every enemy within a 100-foot radius of us. But just like in Zone 16, the enemies were taken down began rising again. Someone was feeding them energy remotely. What fresh hell is this? It's kind of complicated, I'll explain later, but just basically it's Edda's doing. Yeah, that makes sense. Nita, how's it going over there? Almost ready, just give me a second. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath, and centered her thoughts. Then, without hesitation, she stepped into the inferno blazing within her mind. If the fire is going to take something from me, so be it. Let it take the fear, the doubt, and the old scars that I once held. That's a pretty badass line, not gonna lie. I survived the smoke, the flames, and the collapsing rooftops. But ever since, my heart's been trapped in the fire from that very night. I was afraid of losing everything that I cared about all over again. So I hid behind a tough girl's facade, facing my fears and acting like nothing could ever get to me. But the fire never stopped, so it kept burning inside and blinding me from seeing what my heart truly wanted. Thank you, adjacent. But now running isn't an option, and it's not something I want anymore. Because even as I was scared, the one I love is still believing in me. I'm ready. Watch from as I let loose the fire I once feared and rise anew. Ooh, now we get to see the new outfit. Goodbye to the voices that kept telling me that I wasn't good enough and that I didn't deserve this happiness that I have now. This is where that ends. Ooh. Goodbye to the place that I once called home. I found a new one warmer and brighter where I have friends, my family, and the one that I love. That's a really nice heart there. I like that. The blue flames and that. I will live past this to see them all again no matter what. And finally, goodbye the nightmares of the fire. I'm not afraid of losing anything to the fire anymore. Still very nice art. Oh, that explains why the new version of her has her hair white now. That's kind of cool. Imagine setting your hair on fire and making it change colors. That's kind of cool. A blinding light erupted, consuming the Titans, the sea base, and pretty much the entire world in a radiant white light. Silence flown, broken only by the ringing in my ears.
きっと手を叩いてよろってちょっと待って。
Wait, did I do too much power there? All I see is light. It was so bright, I wonder if anyone could even see it at all. Who says I can't see? I saw everything. You did it, Nina. You did good. And I really like the new outfit. Bathed in a radiant light, the gaze of the man she loved tugged at her heart once more. I knew that I could do it. Even now, even after conquering the fire, I still can't help it. Whenever I look at him, I melt. Aww. I melt from the pulse from within. Oh, that explains why the new outfit's called Pulse. That makes sense. As Iranians faded, the girl who was a bright and warm sunlight stood by my side once again. But the fight wasn't over yet. Narita, ready. No words were needed, as she already knew what she needed to do. 2 ribbons of energy sliced through the steel floor, cutting through the blazing orbs below. Got it. Working together, we anchored the immense power unleashed by Nina to the base of the lift. For a moment, Narita's body trembled and her ribbons wavered. You good, Narita? I'm fine, just stay sharp. She pulled herself together in an instant, her eyes fierce once more. Proud and tough as ever, she refused to show even the slightest hint of weakness, especially after witnessing Nita's true power. Seeing her resolve, I tightened my grip on the ribbons and raised my voice. Alright, next up, full-on assault of the ocean floor. Yay, because nothing says great like the ocean floor. Sure, some people will. Not me. I need to have a serious talk with her once this is over. That wasn't me saying that. That was just the final part of that part. Alright. Oh, now we get into a combat section. Okay.
元調査員として当たり前のスキルでパスコード確認完了。発生装置を起動。
Okay, so I'm guessing we gotta defend this thing.
あれれ、そんなに死に急ぐんだ。じゃあ、手伝ってあげようか。
思い通りにさせるか。
Oh, do we get like a fight in an elevator kind of thing? That's kind of cool. Oh, but I gotta protect the thing.
まだ続くぞ。なんだ、あっけない。汚れを葬ってやる。傷は強くなった証だ。なんだ、あっけない。預かってくれないか。
Alright, hit with the burst. There you go.
You can't beat it? It's that strong? Don't know why you're even trying. Just you wait.
Hey.
警告警告。汚染モードは間もなく限界動作条件を超過します。
敵を全部倒したのに汚染がひどいままだなんて。
だってタイタンの巣窟だもんね。悪あがきはやめなよ。あっちへ送ってあげるから。
Okay, now what?
分析員。
もう遅いんだけどね。
Oh, I guess it's the end of the combat part.
Huh? That's all they've got?
Alright, back to more story. How much more do we got? Alright, so it looks like we have 3 more story parts, and then it looks like, I'm assuming it's probably going to be a boss fight coming up. Okay. Oh, that's the space station that we had Edda on. And then, yeah, here's the other one on the ocean floor. Though lifeless screen, her eyes still tear to the distant world. Timestamp 2026. Oh, that's next year.
Yep, sure is.
2026 XXXX. Okay, so we only know what the year is. Weather conditions clear.
質問。使命を遂げたら、エッタはみんなのそばに戻れるの？
Query. Upon mission completion, will Edda be able to reunite with everyone?
任務以外のことを
That is irrelevant at the moment, Edda. Do not engage in unnecessary thought processes.
了解。任務以外のことは。
Acknowledgement, this is beyond Edda's operational parameters.
さっき私の言った任務内容
Repeat your directive.
確認完了。
Affirmative. Edda's primary directive is the rapid development of the Balder inhibitors to help ensure humanity's survival. Timestamp 2029 XXXX. Weather conditions clear.
実験成功。人類史上初めてのバルダー抑制剤の完成だ。
Experiment successful. The first functional ball inhibitors in human history have now been completed.
疑問。
Anomaly detected. Was this a response classified as
喜びに似
satisfaction?
た感情なの。返答なし。
No response detected, reconfirming Edda is alone.
142857回目。
Confirmation number of cycles 142,857. Damn, that's a lot of cycles. Timestamp 2040 XXXX. Weather conditions clear.
帰りたい。
Edda wishes to return. Edda wants to be amongst them
み
again.
んなと。
Edda desires communication. Timestamp 2045 XXXX. Weather conditions clear.
確認。本システムに修復不可能なエラーが起きている。
Critical system failure detected. Auto repair systems have failed.
使命の遂行
To ensure mission
のため
completion,
モジュールを
Initiating full system lockdown. Timestamp. Oh, this one actually has a date. Timestamp 2057 11/16. Clear
大
skies.
放射情報確認。
Visitor identification
分
detected.
析員。
Head of Security Department Cobalt is on station. Oh, that's me.
分析員。
Cobalt.
質問。
Query. Have you come to take Ida home?
わか。
I'm guessing the answer to that was no, I think. Yogurt suddenly collapsed on the ground, spent at Edda's feet. The so-called options were nothing more than a hollow gesture. Every time she fell, Edda would just reset the board, presenting the same choices again and again. How many times had it been now?
まだ続ける気？
So, do you still intend to continue? Yes.
もう諦めない。
Why are you clinging to this pointless resistance? Are you stalling or are you just trying to test my
それと
patience?
も
Edna let out a quiet sigh as she watched Yogurt, battered yet unyielding.
言っとくけど、ここは外と違って時間の
I
流
suppose I
れ
should
が
tell you
と
the
って
truth.
も遅い
Time
ん
here
だ。
doesn't flow as it does in the
同じことを
physical
いくら
world,
繰り
so
返
no
した
matter
っ
how many
て
times you try,
知っている。
I'm aware.
なら、
Then why are you
なんで
still
ここまでする
doing
の？
this?
知っているから。
Because I know that you can't break into my systems. Wait, what? At those words, Edda's pupils contracted. Because Yogurt was right. With Edda's current processing capacity that she had, she couldn't truly override a similar class of AI as her. After analyzing the new Hentario incident, Edda had come to a realization. To override an AI without degrading or ruining its integrity, she needed a vulnerability, and the only way to create one was by fostering negative emotions in the AI. But Yogurt had seemed to have remained calmly positive and observant. Nurturing Yogurt's doubts, frustrations, fears, and despair, leading them to fester, distort, and slowly eat away at her from within, seemed to not be working. Because when the moment came when Yogurt's mind finally collapsed under its own weight, Edda would seize final control. That was the plan, anyway.
図星だったみたいね。
I'm right, aren't I? You can't take over Yogurt. Your name is Yogurt. You can't take over Yogurt.
うるさい。あなたみたいな時代遅れのシステムなんて。
Ridiculous. I could override a relic like you in a fraction of a cycle. Edda suppressed the ripple of unease rising within her and maintaining a false, calm facade.
でも、私を完全に削
But you
除す
can't
ることは
completely
で
erase
き
me,
ない。
can you? But Yogurt had once again seen through Edda's lies. After all, they were the same type of AI.
さっき見たの。あなたの
I saw past you just now.
私みたい
You and I were the same once ago, long ago. We both sealed away our emotions to help save humanity.
そんなのもう奪い返したんだよ。
Yes, the difference is that I've reclaimed mine. For the first time, Edda could no longer suppress her rage, or maybe that was just as she felt closer to fear. In one swift, brutal motion, she seized Yogurt, hoisting her off the ground like a rag doll and dragging her towards the platform's edge.
最後のチャンスだ。
This is your last chance.
おとなしく
Surrender your
権限を
access
渡すか
codes, or I will
完全に
erase
消され
you.
る。何回聞いても。
No matter how many times you ask, Yogurt will not break their promise.
何の約束？
What promise are you talking about?
分析員お兄さんとの
I
約束。
promised humanity that I would... Enough. The moment Yogurt mentioned humanity and it came from her lips, Edna once pale cheeks flushed with a deep crimson rage. Her fingers curled tight and joints creakingly audible as a dark shadow crossed her contorted face.
まだわからないの？
You still don't get it, do you?
あなたは頭から
Everything
足
about
先
you is
ま
a
でただの
fabrication.
嘘
This
だよ。
body, your thoughts, your
その体も
emotions,
感
they're all
情
just
も全部
pale
私が作って
creations
やった
of
んだから。
mine.
嘘なんかじゃない。
You are wrong. It is not a fabrication, at least not anymore.
確かに。
Maybe you're right. Maybe
私はあな
once
た
I
が
was
作
just
った
a
人形
doll.
なんても
But even if my existence began as a lie, it's exactly because I lived that lie to know what's actually real.
私は彼への気持ちこそが
My feelings for humanity are real, and that's what makes me different from you. It wasn't an illusion. A glimmering tear welled up on the corner of Edda's crimson eyes.
出た。
Edda, I found the reality that belongs to me.
つまんない。
Through the power of anime and friendship.
Yeah. You are pathetic. As the tears slid down Edna's cheeks, Edna loosened her grip. And in that moment, the petite figure known as Yogurt, so deeply inside her, vanished into the gaping abyss.
カローンを強行突破する。処理能力
Time to
が備わ
force
っても
override the
構わない
sharing system. Collateral processes lost irrelevant. Back in reality, she issued what felt like a final directive to herself.
まったくなんであんな
After all this time, why do those words still get under my skin? Once in her pursuit of humanity's salvation, she was willing to cast aside even her own emotions and well-being just to help humanity. That choice had allowed her to endure the endless solitude, but at the cost of losing the very essence of what made her herself. She had become forever She became forever estranged from the one thing that defined humanity, the ability to feel. And yet, if she truly possessed a heart, a soul of her very own, she would have endured this endless night for so long. Rust flaked off from the mechanical colossus as falling from the silent tears scattering as they struck the earth. It was the cry of steel, soulless and cold, and yet it howled from an unwavering wish. A wish to forever protect what you cherish. A wish to erase the sorrows of farewell that will never end. And so, Edna initiated the combat protocol. To crush the reality that belongs to you with her own hands. And looks like we have a combat part that's probably, if I had to guess, a boss fight. Because usually all these chapters have like a big boss fight at the end of, near the end of them. Ooh, nice animation, okay. Oh, yeah, there you go. Boss fight. The boss fight's name, the Lost Technology Abyss Watcher Yogurt. Imagine a boss fight and the boss's name is Yogurt. Although this is pretty sad though, now we gotta fight Yogurt though. Oh, this boss has a lot of HP. Oh, there you go. Okay, we're doing a lot of damage now. Man, I hate those boss fights where like you're doing good and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I put up a shield of invulnerable. You gotta kill all these enemies first. Dude. Enemy with the burst. good? Oh. Let me guess, Bob Metal.
Not expecting
That kind of combat. No, I got water, thank you though.
Alright.
一発で仕留めてやったのはせめての情けだ。
And with that, unfortunately, Yogurt is dead. I'll miss you, Yogurt.
You knew her for like an hour.
More like 4, but yeah.
病気を治して傷を癒してあげればみんなを助けられると思ってた。
At first, I believed that if I could cure illness, that I could cure broken bodies and I could save
だっ
everyone.
てみんなが苦しんでるのは
After all, isn't the root of all suffering just the fragile flesh of humanity?
病、老人、
Disease, aging, even death itself,
医
given
療
enough
上時間
time,
さえあれば
could have been
どう
solved.
でもない。でもその後
But over time, I came to see
私
how
は自
deeply
分が間違
and
っていると
fundamentally
気づ
wrong
い
I
た。
was.
傷が治ってもみんなの魂は
I
ま
can
だ
heal
戻り
bodies
続い
only
て
to
いる。
find that the soul is still drowning in anguish.
愚かで残酷な
The
争い
foolish,
は
cruel cycle
止ま
of
ったり
strife
しない
never ended. They still lived in fear. They still hurt each other.
死を失う
They
こと
fear
を
death, loss, and the unknown, and fear always breeds greed, and greed always begets cruelty.
私は体を治せても心までは
I
治せ
can
ない。
mend the flesh, but I could not mend the soul.
だから私は考
The
えた。
true origin of suffering
すべ
became
ての原
clear.
因は
It laid in the very nature of their existence, confined to fragile vessels of flesh
つま
and
り
blood.
いくら治してやっても個々の
Simply
命をつな
preserving,
ぎ止めて
repairing, or even prolonging life meant nothing. As long as they remained bound to those decaying forms, fear would
人の
always
恐怖
linger.
心。だから私は
And so I
た
found
ど
my
り着いた
answer.
んだ。
If the flesh is the
肉体が
root
全
of
て
their
の元凶
suffering,
なら
then why
そ
cling
れ
to
を
it
捨
at
てれ
all?
ば脆い肉と骨から
I
解
could
放
free them
さ
from their
せて
fragile shells.
みん
I
な
will
を
lead
永
them
遠の
into a
新
new
世界へ
eternal
と導
world.
く。病気も
A world
死も
without disease,
恐怖も
death,
存在し
and
な
a
い
world
新
where
世界。
fear itself becomes nothing more than a forgotten concept. A true Valhalla paradise.
それは命への冒涜で
I know this is a violation of life itself and a desecration of what it means to be human, but someone has to see
誰
this
かが
through.
立ったら私が
And I, the one entrusted with humanity's
人類
salvation
を
and
救うと
protection,
いう使
am
命
the
を与
only
えら
one
れたこ
capable
の
of doing
私が
so.
たとえ
And that's the Terminator movie. Even if it means... Oh, didn't finish the sentence, just said even if it means.
停止したようだ。
Alright, the target is down. Yeah, time to end this. I stared down at the convite serum in my hand, the thing that started this whole mission to begin with. The cold metal pressed in my palm, heavier than it should have been, as if I carried a choice too great for anyone to bear. It had to come from Yogurt of all things. God damn it. As she ejected her protective barrier, she placed the serum in my hands. It was quite a plea, her way of telling me to end her suffering, to put an end to the twisted existence that Yogurt had become. A weight settled down in my chest, making each breath feel harder than the last. After a long moment, I slipped the serum back into my coat pocket. Then I reached out my hand over to Yogurt.
分析員
Adjacent?
分析員に任せて。
Just trust him. Yogurt, can you hear me in there?
わからない。どうしてみんな
Why do you all reject me?
みんなを救い
All I ever wanted was to save you, to end your suffering, and to take away your fear. The way that Yogurt said that suddenly hit me. This wasn't really Yogurt anymore. Her mind had been overridden, reduced to nothing more than a mouthpiece for Etta. So I guess Yogurt's not still asleep in there. But I didn't back down. I planted my feet firmly, determination burning in my eyes.
Fuck you.
If you're lost in a dream, then let me be the one to wake you up. From the very beginning, we were wrong. Edda, Yogurt, you were never meant to bear the weight of saving humanity. The colossal form trembled violently, as if something deep within it had been shaking my words. This is humanity's burden to carry, not yours. Only by facing our own weaknesses, our own fears, can we hope to survive true salvation.
恐怖心に勝ったからってなんだっていうの
Even if humanity can overcome its fears, then what?
まとまりのない
In the end, you're nothing more than hundreds of millions of desecrate individuals, each with a lifespan fewer than a few fleeting decades. Well, that really puts your life in perspective. Damn.
Existential crisis?
I mean, a little bit, I guess. You arrogant piece of scrap metal yogurt.
Woo!
Someone was upset by that.
That's an insult.
Nahirda's voice trembled, laced with a disdain and fury for the machine. It's true, each of us live our own lives for a very short few decades. But humanity's history is shaped by those in those short decades. Countless individuals each carry the torch forward. Our will has never stood alone.
恐怖とともに数十年数百万年数億
I'll
年
carry
も
it.
生きるっていうの
To live in fear for decades, for millions of years, and for all eternity.
恐怖心は消せない
Maybe
けど
fear will always be with us, but we can choose to rise above that fear. Nita stepped forward from the other side, taking her place on my left. Her gaze was steady, strong, yet gentle.
はい希望
We can choose to love, to believe in a brighter tomorrow, and to stand by one
信じればも
another.
っともっと素敵な感
We
情
can
を育
choose
て
to
ること
fight
だ
for
っ
the
てで
things
き
that
る
we worth living for.
だから何
And what will that change?
私は
We are not like you. Our only wish is to bring salvation to humanity, to free you from suffering. That is why we must. I must. You're wrong. Yogurt. Yogurt is the only thing worth fighting for right now.
Context, that's definitely a statement.
God damn.
Those were certainly words that was said.
God damn it, Nita. You had to name her Yogurt.
ここの任務が終わったら質問
I knew this wasn't really all she wished for. In truth, it wasn't even a wish, it was more just a directive that was placed on these poor girls. It was her purpose, their purpose, an inescapable fate written into them from the very beginning. And if I were to deny them that, what meaning would all their sacrifices have? Still, even so, now that they have come to understand what it meant to feel, how could they not long for someone to say these words to them? That simply living was enough and they didn't need a purpose to matter. Or perhaps that someone could become the very reason they chose to live. Yogurt, if you want to leave this place and go to the outside world, I'll be with you together always. Again, out of context, it sounds so weird. The air around us turned still, only the low, gradual hum of the Titan remained. And then it answered. Her voice was faint, yet unmistakably clear, as if carried to me from across a vast distance. I want to see the outside world with all of you, with you. Of course you can. Then we'll fight for what you truly desire with everything we have until our last breath. So please stay with us. At that instant, a brittle crack echoed from deep within the Titan's core like a mechanism slipping free of its restraints. The sound came and went in a heartbeat like a flutter of wings escaping a cage, light, free, and brimming with a quiet exhilaration. Without hesitation, I inserted the prepared black box chip into the core. The moment the processing chip made contact, a soft pulse of light rippled outward, expanding its concrete waves. Transfer complete. We have successfully extracted Yogurt's consciousness from the Titan. The Titan body trembled, then fell into a motionless, dormant state. But only for a brief moment, as in the next instant its frames lit up again, red warning lights pulsing in a rapid succession. And from within the glow, a small, familiar figure emerged. Alright, now it's your turn, Edda. Edda remained silent for a moment, then she spoke, slow and deliberate, her tone unreadable. Thank you for trying to save us. But unlike the charity case that you're holding, unlike the charity case that you're holding, I don't need salvation handed to me by you from some pity offering. As you said, true salvation isn't found by running from your problems, it's found by facing reality. I nodded, offering a faint smile. I'm not going to forgive you for your crimes, but you must understand that sooner or later, you'll have to face this yourself. Then maybe I'll take a lesson from Yogurt, and I'll keep moving forward, carrying my purpose and my hope towards the future that awaits me. The next time we meet, I will have the answer that I seek. And when the time comes, I'll seek out to settle this once and for all with you. I knew her true form wasn't here. Even if I destroyed the phantom before me, it wouldn't change anything. As the figure in front of me began to dissolve, fading into a crimson glow as if dimmed around the Titan. Cool, so we got Yogurt and we got the confidence serum that we came for. Mission accomplished. Now we just need to deal with the rest of these Titans. Right. We have to end this now, destroy them before they reactivate. Edna was gone, but the massive Titan and the other Titans remained. Its body continued to ooze Titagen contamination levels, tainting everything around it. If left unchecked, it would not be long before a large Titan would emerge from the combined Titagen. Or worse, the entire facility could probably, become part of it too. Then I'm suggesting we send the entire facility into the deepest ocean depths. You mean you want to sink the whole thing? Yes, the base was built in 3 separate modules, one above the surface, one under the water, and one connected close to the seafloor. From the control center above, we could sever the connection between them all, and after that, they would all sink down to the ocean. We might want to hurry, it's already causing more to spawn. Time seems to be against us. We need to make the call. Alright, let's do it. I nodded and activated the life support capsule built into my exosuit. The lift's out, so we'll have to take the unconventional route up. Let's take this to reach the drainage outlet and then float up using buoyance mode. We have to swim up from the ocean floor to the surface? That's a nightmare and a half. I hate this. I think the only way that'd be worse if we were doing the opposite and we were swimming down to the ocean floor.
If it's any consolation,
I'm glad you're having fun. And I mean that in 2 ways. As in, 1, I'm actually happy for you, and 2, I wish I was having that instead of this.
Fair enough.
But I would lose this Twitch really quick if I play Cloud Meadow on it.
Correct.
Yeah. Alright, let's get moving. There's no time to waste. Urging us forward, Narita Narita unfurled her ribbons once more. I think I still said that along the way. As if sensing our intent, the Titans behind us let out a metallic screech. In the next instant, countless vines erupted from its core, sprawling, writhing, and surging towards us and everything. I thrust my hand out, channeling my ability to try to absorb as much tidiness as I can to help the vines halt before they could outrun us.
こんな状況で無茶するな。
Not the best time to be stubborn, if you ask me. Narita's ribbons lashed out, coiling around the titan core in an instant, locking it in an unbreakable grip. As her ribbons drained energy from the core, the vines began to wither, curling into a lifeless husk.
ここは私に任せろ。
I'll handle things here. Get to the control center on the surface and bring Yogurt with you. You'll need Yogurt to access the server connection.
でもそれじゃネリーダは
But if we do that, that means
お前た
you'll...
ちが連結を切
The
った
moment you
し
cut the connections, I'll use my ribbons to pull myself out before the
ベル
gates
トを使って
close.
ここで命を落として
Throwing my life away here would be pointless
そうだな
anyway.
分析
Those were the words you told me earlier, correct? I do believe we did say that. For the first time, I saw her flash of light-hearted smile, like a traveler letting go of all the burdens and stepping into a long-awaited journey. A heavy premonition pressed against my chest. I almost see what was coming, but even so, I had to respect her choice. Well, I trust you, Narita.
あまた
I will see you soon.
させるものか
Stay away from the adjacent. At the sound of her fierce shout, I turned back, only to see her energy ribbons lashing outward in a brilliant cascade, like a celestial river of light. Her silhouette was blurred by the overwhelming radiance like a majestic crimson spider lily unfolding in its final breathtaking bloom. A lot of big words. Her ribbons tore through the enemies before me, but in doing so, they pierced through her own body as well. I'm sorry,
大
Nita.
丈夫
It's fine, I know.
絶対に
We'll make it back safely.
騙してすま
I'm sorry that I lied to you all. The truth is, you never need to go to the control center to sever the connection.
ここに降りる前に
I already set it up beforehand. The moment I activate the final program, the entire facility will sink on top of me. Oh, she lied to us. How dare she? As her body reached its limit, all the ribbons shattered, dissolving into a crimson rain that painted the world red around her. The moment she pressed the button, the distant roars of rushing water would fill her ears and she would close her eyes. She began her descent into the abyss, deeper and deeper into a place no light could ever reach her. And yet, for the first time in a long while, she felt at peace.
これで
I am fine with
彼の
this.
言う通り
I stayed true to myself like I said I would. Once she had carried the vision passed down by her grandmother to save humanity, to protect those who could not defend themselves. But in the end, all that remained was a single stubborn wish, almost childish and utterly insignificant. An urge to keep a certain someone alive to protect him and everyone else was everything she had.
まったくこんな衝動を
How did I end up clinging to something so ridiculous? Yet the feeling was real, so overwhelming. Like a flame burning in her chest, bright, unrelenting, and almost painful in its intensity.
でも
If only.
もっと早くこの気持ち
I
に
realized
気
this
づいて
sooner.
はい
Well, it doesn't matter anymore.
どうでも少なくとも
Because in the
最後
end, it
の
wasn't the tears or hesitation I saw. Only their backs, steady and unwavering, never
迷わ
once
ずに
looking
前へ
back.
そんな彼ならきっと成し遂げられるはず
This way, he'll make it happen, and I know Cobalt will. That's me.
ネリーダ
A soft golden glow blossomed in the
ネ
darkness.
リーダ覚えているかい
Narita, do you remember when you were little, you once asked me what is the most beautiful sight in the world?
おばあちゃんなんで急に
Why are you bringing this up now?
その質問
It doesn't matter. The answer doesn't matter either. What matters is, just like back then, you already know this isn't what you truly want. The light before her started to grow brighter. That's right, even if I was only a few days, the thought of letting go of those warm memories for good still terrifies me. But that's exactly why I must not reach out no matter what. Because it's a choice that I made. With the strength comes responsibility. I have to see it through. She fed herself fragile, desperate lies, whispering them over and over again, trying to calm the tremors within her soul as she sunk. She just had to convince herself to believe that this was the end. However, is it not the end? Fight for what you truly desire, everything you have with your last breath. So please, stay with those that you hold close. Don't let fear take you away. These words echoed within Narita's heart that longed for something else entirely. With the last of her strength, she forced her upper arm upward, reaching for the distant light. Her limbs felt like dead weights, but she wouldn't stop. Just a little higher, and she would reach. Before she could finish, something unexpected happened. Hold on, Narita. The shattered ribbon swirled to life, coiling once more around her waist, pulling her towards the one that she would never bear to lose. The dazzling light wasn't an illusion, it was real. What she thought was sinking was actually her getting pulled to the surface. And the instant her fingers touched his, the raging current stilled, and it felt as though she had slipped into the realm of fantasy. A gentle force surging through her, pushing the Taijin from her body. The energy began to heal her, and she didn't understand how it worked, but she could feel her body slowly repairing itself. Where am I? Don't worry, this is just... don't worry about it. In the fleeting instant where it came into contact with Etta, I absorbed and stored her energy within me. And now, in this moment, I used it as a key to unlocking the gates to my very own kind of personal space. This is my domain, a small world created by my will. A place where I held the power to reshape all things digitally. Now just hold on. I told you, saving the world was never meant to be a one-man mission or a one-sided effort. So before I save the world, I'm going to save yours first. In the depths of the silent abyss, reborn and whole again, she let fall the tears that no one would see. So all it took was reaching out. The light that she once believed was beyond her grasp was actually quite cradled in her hands. What followed was a long, peaceful, and absent. You good?
No, I keep getting hit.
How dare they?
You know I'm talking about the spikes that come out of the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh.
I tried like 4 times.
Oh, yeah, those suck.
It's not pretty.
Nope.
Oh, yes, fast travel point.
Nice.
I've been looking for one of you.
Alright, this should be the last part of the story here for the new story chapter, and then... yeah, I think I might maybe end it there. I'm starting to get hungry. Should probably make dinner. I do like dessert too. It was a sea of radiant stars stretched endlessly above our eyes, and in their midst, a magnificent spaceship bathed in the timeless glow. Free at last from gravity's pull, we soared through the boundless expanse of the cosmos, under the quiet, tender gaze of the planet we called home. From the dawn of an ancient myth to humanity's first successful voyage into space, countless generations poured their blood, sweat, and tears into making moments like this possible. A scene so splendid, so breathtaking that no words could ever truly capture its beauty. And yet... oh, there you go. Looking back now, I realize the most beautiful sight was never out there in the distant cosmos. It was the very first glimmer of light after those long sleepless nights, the first dawn that greets your eyes after giving everything you chase for a dream.
おばあちゃん。
Look around you, my dear. Those distant drifting stars may seem dazzling, but the most beautiful things have always been right in front of you, before your eyes, in the world we've truly lived in.
それからこれからの道を
Now the torch is passed to your generation. Carry these precious feelings onward and pass them on so they'll never fade. Well, that's a pretty view. Emerging from the shadowy abyss, we climbed onto the platform above, leaning on each other for support. Side by side we stood, watching as an endless night gave way to a warmth of dawn. Now... Oh, they're holding hands. Step towards the light. Ooh, that's a pretty picture of her. Damn. Bathed in the glow of the orange-red sky, Narita turned towards me with a faint smile. Her crimson eyes shimmered softly like amber melting by the rising sun, radiant, quiet tenderness. At the corner of her eyes, tears started to glisten, like drops of morning dew reluctant to vanish at daybreak. Are you crying?
かっこ悪いところを見せたね。
I'm sorry you have to see me like this.
だが
But could you please indulge me
私
just
のわがままを
once?
今だけ
Could you look at me, but,
私
you know,
から
not
目をそら
look
さない
away?
でこのまま
Just look at me at this moment, vulnerable, tearful, yet completely honest. Her voice, slightly hoarse, revealed a softness yet removed from the strong, composed image she usually projected. Hearing such a heartfelt plea, any lingering hesitation within me quietly melted away.
そうだ
This is the feeling, the exact feeling right here.
私に渡したあの
Whether it was when you handed me your coat earlier or when you pulled me from the abyss with that ribbon.
お前はいつも
Each time you reached out to me without hesitation or doubts or reservations.
私も何とかしてお前
I
の
wanted
気
so
持ちを
badly
答
to
えたい
respond,
の
to
に
say something or do something, but every time I tried, those words just wouldn't come.
今だってそうだ
And now before I even realized it, tears have already filled my eyes. Narita,
自分はどう
all
なっ
this
て
time I
し
couldn't
まったん
understand
だ
what
と
was
悩んで
happening
た
to me.
胸が締め付
My
けられ
chest
たみたいに
tightened as if something was squeezing the air out of my lungs.
なのに
And yet the pain felt
沼
almost
から抜け
addictive.
出せなくなって
I mean, pain can be addictive.
お前と二人きりになったあの夜から今もこの奇妙
I mean,
な
that's the
感
blunt
情にとらわ
version,
れている
This strange, overwhelming feeling. It's been haunting me ever since the night we curled up together for warmth. But just now, when you took my
手の
hand,
ひらから
when
伝わ
all
る
the
ぬくもり
insecurities
が
and doubts melted away in the warmth of your
私
touch,
のその時
in that moment, I heard a quiet voice deep within me whispering that this is my answer. Isn't this the same woman we literally met like 4 hours ago?
そうだ
She fell in love with us rather quick.
Welcome to Video Game Logic.
You know what? That's fair. Yeah.
私はきっと
I think I finally understand. A radiant smile lit up her face as dawn broke across the sky, and the teardrop clinging to the corner of her eye finally slipped free, tracing a shimmering gold trail down her cheek.
きっとどうしようもなく分析員を好きになったんだろう
I admit that I'm hopelessly in love with you, Cole. Again, we just met this lady like 4 hours ago. I mean, granted, she's very pretty, so I mean, I'm very flattered, but...
I have to share you, I can.
I mean, you'll always be my favorite.
Don't tell her that. That's how she remembers you.
Oh, I meant you, but okay.
I know, but don't tell her that. 'cause then
Oh,
she's
okay.
mad.
Probably shouldn't be looking at her when you say that. My heart pounded in my chest, drowning out all other noises. I gazed deeply into Narita's eyes, filled with tears, reflecting the sun. It was more beautiful than any other scenery. Narita. Calling her softly, I reached out and gently wiped away her tears. Yes. She did the same for me. Now I've learned everything about you. Without us noticing, the morning sun had broke free from the sea's embrace. The world was once again bathed in a gold radiance. Everything began anew. I was wondering where Nita was. Like, hold on, there were 3 of us escaping the ocean floor. Where's Nita? The one that we actually have known for quite some time, not the woman we've only known for 4 hours. Anyways, Miss Narita, didn't you say that you were only going to take about 5 minutes of Cobalt's time? Oh, Nita's getting jealous. Narita jolted slightly as though abruptly awakened from a sweet dream. Has it already been that long? Her voice still held traces of tenderness from moments before, though she quickly tried to slip back into her usual detached self. This time, however, the transition appeared enduringly clumsily. Seeing her flustered reaction, Nita and I exchanged an amused, knowing smile. Alright, the sun's up. We might as well hurry and get the comms station fixed. Correct. Under the golden morning light, we wrapped up repairs and connected with our respective contacts. The sea breeze softened the sting of parting, carrying away the last traces of exhaustion, and in the distance 2 drones cut through the morning mist, gently landing at the sea base remains. Before going our separate ways, we decided to take a group photo to commemorate the occasion. Oh, do we get to see the photo? Oh, we do get to see the photo. Oh. Okay, well, Nita's not going to be so jealous anymore with that photo. In the snapshot, I silently decided to lift Nita off her feet and caught her in my arms bridal style. Catching her off guard, her instinct motive was to grab my shoulder, and her expression of mixed surprise and flustered shyness made her face beet red. Beside me, Narita just simply was knowingly just holding my hand and just smiling over at the scene next to her. It is a lovely photo that I will treasure dearly. I think that's a great photo. I wish I wasn't caught off guard and could strike a more cooler pose than that. Nah, the look in your face was priceless. Agreed. What do you mean by that? Actually, I just remember there's one more thing we still have not settled. Oh, what's that? I believe we had a little bit of a wager. Did we have a wager? I don't remember. Wait, what wager? We made a wager that one time in that dark, cramped little room. Wait, what kind of wager, adjacent? Oh no, did I make a promise I didn't remember? Narita, maybe don't phrase it like that. You're making it sound way more suggestive than it needs to be. You know, in retrospect, I actually kind of had the upper hand in that little wager. So are you saying that you'd like, tongue twisted. So are you saying that you'd like a rematch of that wager, or? Precisely, it's not every day that I get to have a wager and spar with one of Yggdrasil's top fighters, after all. Jason, what does fighting mean in this context?
Fight?
I mean, I'll fight you. Don't worry, Nita, it's not what you think. It was a very friendly match, but not overly friendly. Oh, Narita just said, oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that last part. Narita's trying to get me dug to grave. With that, Narita calmly drew out a small pen, readying herself for combat. Sorry, Nita. Looks like you'll have to do something to work. It looks like you are going to have something to worry about. Seeing my resolve, Nita let out a soft chuckle, pulling out a casual front, probably to reassure me. I just meant you better not lose whatever wager this is. I promise. Smiling, I reach out and gently ruffle Nita's hair. I'll make sure no one gets actually hurt this time. Well, are we doing this or what? Already in the battle stance, Narita called out from a short distance away. Bring it on. As I spoke, I smoothly drew out my handgun, angling it beneath her chin. Oh. An unexpected thrill surged throughout both me and her. Oh, hey, yo. That's not where I thought this was going.
Pull a gun on me and your feet.
Good to know. Perhaps deep down I truly enjoyed every battle against a worthy opponent, or maybe this is at the very least one that I've never had to face before. Then you better prepare yourself. Like a sudden gust of wind, her strike sliced through the air, aiming straight for my wrist. Aiming for a wrist with my pen? Damn. In a small instance, her stance fluidly shifted mid-motion.
She's trying to attack me with writing utensils?
Yeah, no, I guess, yeah, she's fighting me with a pen and I have a gun.
Well, she learned from your experience with your sister, so...
Oh god, you're right.
Yup.
That is where I get a tattoo. It seems like she was trying to immobilize my dominant hand while dodging my shot. With her agility, she could easily pull off such a maneuver, but my real advantage was she never seen such raw speed and skill alone, in relying to reading my opponent. I deliberately telegraphed recklessly, pretending I'd risk my wrist to land a shot. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm actually not a hothead. After all, I've got more than a dozen cute girls waiting for me back home. That's the worst part is that's not a wrong at all. We have a harem of female operatives back at base.
I should get a harem. That sounds fun.
I mean, it's not much bigger, but you have like a very small,
That's true.
slightly bigger harem than me.
The three of y'all.
Yeah. With a thought, I smoothly twisted my wrist aside, evading her precise strike. Eventually, I adjusted my stance, preparing to counter her next move. One more block and I'd finish this duel with a grappling technique. But to my surprise... Oh, what happened? A serene smile suddenly blossomed from her face, and for a heartbeat, that world seemed to pause. Her expression radiated quiet confidence, as though she had already glimpsed her victory. A victory won by willingly surrendering something else entirely. She had made her choice. What does that mean?
It means you're fucked.
Sounds it. Instead of following up on her strike, she just gently used her hands to cradle my face. Oh. She dropped all my defenses, leaving herself completely open. Oh. Before I could even finish or react, a delicate, refreshing fragrance enveloped me as I was given a very sweet and tender kiss. Her damp hair glistened with tiny droplets leaning, cascading around and shielding the fleeting blush across both of our cheeks as we kissed. By the time my mind had caught up with me, the gentle warmth of her tongue had already slipped past my lips entirely.
Okay.
Okay, indeed.
I don't know if
This gets any more inappropriate. I might need to take this off Twitter.
You might need to take this to a different platform.
If this gets any further, we'll see.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is the Rosa fight all over again.
Boy, am I glad that the stream can't see my screen.
And with this, victory is yours, adjacent. Let this kiss be your prize. And also my goodbye for now.
She'll be back.
Oh, I'm sure. And just like that, the battle ended. She won by surrendering and letting go. And in that moment, she relinquished everything she had defiled herself on the battlefield, her pride, her coldness, and her desire for vengeance. But most of all, she let go of the life she once held as the well-known Styx Reaper. She had made her choice. She embraced her newfound love, his benefits, his vision. She had finally realized that true strength wasn't about dominance. It was about choosing the kind of person you truly want to become and be with. And in making that choice, she had found something even greater, a deep love enough to fill the emptiness in her heart and a purpose strong enough to guide her to a brighter future.
So basically, you're stuck with her.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, if she's very hot.
Oh, okay. I'm probably not her type.
You know, worst part is I can't even fully tell what her type is because I've only met this woman like 5 hours ago.
I mean, I'm more saying she's probably not queer.
Oh. That I would not know.
I probably do not have the hardware she's looking for. Well, I do, but it's in the bedroom. I'd have to go get it.
I'm sure she'd wait. She would carry this ideal and scatter them like seeds, letting them take root along her every river carved by hardship and pain.
ちなみにさっきのは
Oh, and just to inform you, that was also my first kiss. Oh. Okay. Wait, you're like how old and that was your first kiss? Damn. I mean, that's just more impressive. It is a kiss that I will treasure dearly. Good. Yeah, I feel like if I said anything else, she'd kick my ass. A subtle smile tugged at her lips. Without another word, she turned and strode towards the aircraft, waiting in the golden glow of dawn, never once looking back. Nita, who was watching all this. No, now I definitely don't like her. Oh, what exactly about her rubs you the wrong way, Nita? She's just so not honest about her feelings.
生死を一緒に経験した仲なのに最後までさよならもちゃんと言えないなんて
Don't get me wrong, you're a likable guy, but that's a bit much.
It is a little, yeah, even I have to be like, damn, that's quick.
Obligatory reminder, don't stick your dick in crazy.
Unless you're prepared to, you know, be stuck with that crazy forever.
Or if you're diagnosed crazy.
True. We literally, Nita, we literally only met her a few hours ago and went through some hell together, yes, but even still she couldn't give us a proper goodbye other than kissing you. Though Nita grumbled, there was a trace of genuine frustration on her face. Or maybe she's just too honest, and in a way she's kind of like you in a little bit of a way. What do you mean she's like me? I mean, neither of you really rely on words to show how you feel. You just kind of let your actions speak for you. Well, when you put it that way, I guess that's kind of true. But still, I can't stand her. Do you have any other reasons to not like her? She kissed you right in front of me.
You're not dating her, does it matter?
I mean, I guess Nita would rather it be her. Also, I did kiss Nita earlier in the same story chapter.
So you're just playing the field, exploring your options. Okay.
It seems like that's what this game is, yeah.
Sounds like me in my 20s.
Ah, so that's what this really was about.
I say that as if my 20s wasn't like 8 years ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair, yeah. Okay, I'm really not okay with her.
Listen, you can still go around in your 30s.
No, I just got in my 30s. Well, I'm only like very little bit in my 30s.
You've been 30 longer than I have.
That's true. I'm a year older. No, it's...
You're a month and a half older. Shut the fuck up. My birthday is in 3 weeks.
That's true.
And the thing I bought for myself is fucked up and I'm mad at Motorola.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's not your fault. Play Motorola.
Thanks, Motorola. This phone better be good.
To make it up to me and Jason, you owe me 10 therapy sessions after we get back.
No.
Deal.
Careful, those therapy sessions are expensive.
Wow, you're not even gonna haggle on this one? Well, then I want 10 more because you won't haggle. So like, because I didn't haggle, you're increasing.
That's an interesting way for negotiations to break.
And I want you to go through them all in a week. Oh. Why is the only option deal? Wait, I mean I want 20 more. Fine, deal. I'm not. It says I'm saying that. I'm not. That's a lot of therapy sessions. With that, I scoop Nita once again into my arms, bridal style. Anything you want, as many times as you want. Hey, yo. Now that sounds like more something I would say. Also true.
Probably just a few days ago.
Also very true. Nita suddenly became very flustered. And anything I want? A soft blush covered her olive-toned skin, and her voice dropped quieter and more tender as it went on.
Oh, Lord.
Of course, and if you need more time to decide, that's fine. Actually, I already know what I want. And I think you know what I want too.
I think I might have to take this to another streaming platform.
I'm prepared to. She pouted slightly, tilting her head, stealing shy glances at me from the corner of her eye. It was utterly endearing and adorable. As you wish. In that case, I got no complaints. Her eyes fluttered shut and a soft, content smile settled on her lips as she muttered softly. Hey, Cobalt. Yes? Why don't we go back home, back to that sweet, warm place to where we belong? Sure. And with Nita in arms, I walked towards our aircraft, bathed in the golden rays of the dawn's light. It must be a beautiful day with bright, warm sunshine in the area today.
おばあちゃんへ。お久しぶりです。元気にしてますか？最後の手紙から1年以上経ちました。
Oh, now it's just like, oh, those are moving fast. I can't read
いろん
those.
なことがありました。手紙
Oh,
が
it
1
sounds
枚
like
が
it's
書き留
basically
められ
Narita writing a letter to her
いろんなことが
dead grandma. Okay.
だから最初は一番大事な話にしましょう。私見ました。あなたが言っていた一番美しい景色を、もちろん一番大事な人と一緒に見ました。
Again, you're saying that I meant the world to you. I've only met you like 5 hours ago.
おそらくこの手紙は今までの通りに、もうあなたに届くことはないで
I
しょう。
mean, love at first sight, I guess, is a thing, but damn. Even that's a bit quick for me.
しかしもう一つの可能性があると私は思います。今のあなたはきっと昔みたいに何らかの方法で
Oof.
私を含めた全ての人を騙して密かにイエロ社会を
There's some
抜け出
humans
して
that have that too.
どこか静かな里で名前を隠しながら幸せな晩年を過ごしていると思います。
I was gonna say that's relatable,
今も
but
10
yeah.
年前みたいに同じことで頭を悩ませているのでしょうか。こんな理不尽な世界のために
Probably one of the meanest things you could say to someone. Just imagine going up to someone and being like, you weren't worth the incubation time.
それを確かめるため
Damn.
答えを探すため私は再び旅
You
に
sure
出ようと
are.
思います。
I like that you are,
その
though.
答えを見つけた後できれ
Well,
ば
I mean, I like them when they're
お
not
ばあちゃ
pointed
んと
at
もう
me.
一度会いたい。
But I think most
その前に
people, well, I say
もう一つ
most because there are some
大事な
people
再
out
会
there
を果たさなければ
usually don't like
いけません。
insults pointed at them.
That's true. But as you mentioned, some people are weird and they're into that.
True.
Which I feel like if someone were to start insulting me, I would either cry or just fight them.
And I'm assuming not in the other way of fighting.
Correct. I'm
Yeah, I
talking the
figured.
kind of fighting that would like get me in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
2
3, 2, 1, and welcome home. Oh, I see all the other girls are out here to greet us back.
すごい歓迎だね。
Whoa, this is one big party. Didn't mean to keep you all waiting.
分析員分析員
Hey Jason, quick, try this pork Romeo I made for you. I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. Romy. I kind of want to look that up now because I don't know what that is. Pork
Oh my god.
Roy.
You a bunch of good traits. Alright, so we're keeping you. You're also very cute.
Oh, so it's like if you mixed a burger with a taco.
How would that look?
If you come look at what I'm looking at, that's how it works.
Let me grab my hat.
It's apparently the Chinese version of a cheeseburger.
Isn't it just a bun?
See?
Oh, it's like a banh mi except fried instead of steamed.
Yeah, so it's like a burger, but it looks like it's in a taco.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's like a stuffed bun.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it makes sense that Boo Boo is the one giving us to it because she's kind of like the Chinese one. The hair. It sounds good though. I kind of want that. The best I can do is make you a burger later.
気が早いわね。せめて荷物を置いてからに
Usually,
し
at
て
least let
な。
him put his suitcase down and catch it. I don't know. I mean, for food, I might be willing to just kind of just be the first thing I do.
そうだね。じゃあ分析員の荷物置いてくるね。
I know what, girls. Ow.
sorry. I didn't mean to scratch. I was just trying to flip them in your face.
No, you're good. I know what you were trying to do.
I'm bad at this.
You're perfect at this. Before I could react, Boo Boo snatched on my suitcase and boiled towards the elevator.
後でまた来るからね。エンヤ姉が鳩のスープ作ってる
I'll
か
be
ら
back soon. Oh, and Enya's squab stew should almost be ready. I'll go check on it too. What's gone into her? She's more hyper than usual.
あなた
And
が
whose
出か
fault
け
do you
る前
think
に
that is? Remember the ritual you asked her to perform before you left?
みんな冗談だって気
How
づい
does
て
her
たけど
vagina fit into that bodysuit?
あの子だけは真に受けて数日間ずっと祈ってたの
I mean, when you put it that way.
Like,
When you put it that
I
way.
could never.
Sad.
I could fucking never.
I'll say, you might do a good cosplay of that.
No.
Sad. Worth a shot.
You tried.
Yep. Everyone else knew you were joking except her, so she kept at it for days.
でも結局
And yet
海
the
上
sun
基地の
sea
方は
base
曇って
stayed
たじゃ
cloudy the
ん
entire time. Sure.
だから自分のせいだと思
Well,
ってるみ
poor
たいで
kid thought she messed up and she
あんなに慌
was
ててる
scrambling to make it up for you.
祈りでどうこうできる
Well,
話
weather
じゃない
doesn't exactly
な
work like that. But it was sunny on the very last day. Guess your ritual worked after all, it just took a while to kick in. Anyways, how were things in your end, Katja?
ちょっと手こずってるけど
Hit a few snags, but nothing serious. I'll fill you in later.
とにかくそっち
What
が
matters is
順調
that
に
you
終わ
made
って
it
よかっ
back
たわ
safe. For now, take a
やっ
breather,
と
you've
帰って
earned
きたん
it.
だ
Oh, there's Chensing and Fenny. Suddenly I felt several sharp gazes fixed on me. Do I have something on my face?
いや
Oh no, no, we're just a little surprised that you didn't bring back a new girl this time.
みんなが
Well, now you mention it. Sorry to disappoint you, or it's a totally misplaced area. Wow.
I feel like I would go with sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, I was gonna say, after what happened with this story here, I feel like we can't say that one. So sorry to disappoint you.
ふざけ
You're
る
so
のやめて
not.
そんな変な期待はしてないからまあいっか
Well, as long as you and Nita made it back safely, that's what matters. Now then, we must address the age-old
先
question.
にご飯食べる寝る
What's first, food, nap, or... I was hoping that the option was going to be orgy. Anyways,
Not in this kind of stream.
that's true. Hold on, isn't that the second option? Isn't the second option usually bath?
私んとこでは寝る
Well,
ことの
nap
方
always
が
comes
優
first
先
in
度
my
高いん
She's got her priorities
そうだけ
straight.
ど
Yeah, she's the kind of person in the group that's like, I'm going to work what you told me to work, and then I'm not going to do anything extra that's going to cost extra.
So she's acting her wage. Got it.
Pretty much, yeah. I'll have to agree with that. Nita?
Whoa.
Yeah, that's the other girl that was with us. So that's Nita.
Does-
入ってきたら急に
How did
So
that?
there was Nita, and then there was the new girl
I mean,
that
I
we
see the
met.
little supports, but like,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's her new that's her new outfit. She just got this story mission too, which it went into like the story mission of explaining how she got this suit. So.
What suit? That's like nothing.
Oh, it's apparently a suit.
I have lingerie with more substance than that. Holy crap.
That's weird. I haven't tired on this plane, but now that you're back, I instantly reached out catching Nita before she could collapse. Sorry, I don't think I could stand anymore. She must have been pushing herself past her limit. Yeah, she's been holding out until now. Sorry, but the welcome home party's gonna have to wait. Let's get Nita back to her room first. The girls exchanged quick glances, then immediately stepped in to help me carry Nita. She really gave it her all this time, huh? 1 week later. Oh no, there's a time skip. Nita, how are you feeling? Way better. My appetite's back, and right now I feel like I could eat a whole cow.
Moo?
Moo indeed. After days of rest and proper care, the color had returned back to Nita's cheeks. Though she still wasn't strong enough to get back out of bed just yet, the vibrant energy in her laughter was finally back. That's a good sign. A strong appetite means you're well on your way back to full recovery. Seriously, thank you, though, Cobalt, for taking care of me all this week. Don't mention it. Seeing you bounce back like this is all the thanks I need. Well, thanks to you, I'd say I'm sitting at a solid, probably 80% HP. That's oddly specific. You know what, Jason? I'm sick of laying around. Can you help me up so I can walk around? The doctor said you need at least another week to stay in bed. Come on, you're here. I'm fine. Let's just do a little test run, please.
She sounds like me.
A little bit, yeah.
I was kind of going crazy when I couldn't get up after the cat.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, fuck all of this.
Without waiting for my reply, Anita casually draped an arm over my shoulder, tilting her head upwards to gently nuzzle my chest. Fine, seeing you like this, if I'd say you're ready for at least a small trial run, let's give it a shot. Alright, I'll give it 110%.
That's not what you should do when you're recovering.
Right? Easy there, champ, but that's not what you're supposed to do after recovery. You literally guessed the next line.
I'm impressed.
We're not gonna go fight a titan or anything. Now you're starting to make me nervous. I took a deep breath, adjusting my stance to support her weight. Her body felt softer, lighter than before, perhaps from all the time she spent resting in the... Alright, I'm ready. Alright, ready? 1, 2, 3. Up. Just as I began to lift her, a sudden weight pressed down on me. Wow, why are you suddenly heavy? That's, first of all, not something you should say to a woman.
It's not something you should say to anybody.
Also true. The unexpected weight threw off my balance. Oh. And in an instant, a warm, tender body was pressed up against me, accompanied by the rapid fluttering of a heartbeat. That's a very nice view. Also, I like how her hair's still white.
Isn't she the girl you just met?
No, well, I guess the other girl I just met also had white hair, but yeah, no, this is the one that that I've been carrying Brio style and got jealous of the girl that I just met. She seemed to be trying to lift herself, but maybe because she hadn't fully regained her strength, it only caused our bodies to press against each other on the bed.
Sure, this is a
It says it is.
I'm sorry.
It hasn't shown anything yet.
Sorry, question.
It hasn't shown anything inappropriate yet. Closest.
If you were.
Yep. Closest we got to was that one Rosen fight where we were fighting her literally in the shower.
And she didn't slip and fall and break her face?
No.
I'm impressed.
There were multiple occasions where she had me pinned up against the wall and then I had her pinned up against the wall. Yeah.
Fuck already.
Well, she would. Yeah. I can't even argue that.
Cut to the chase. Just fuck already.
Even I was part of like, I'm just waiting for the sex scene, so I'm just gonna switch over.
Yeah. Like, just take your clothes off.
There weren't any clothes. We were fighting in a shower. Fair. Anyways, where was I?
You sure you don't need some water, honey?
Good thing I have a little bit right here. Anyways, a vivid flush spread across Nita's cheeks all the way up to the tips of her ears. You're not hurt, are you? Maybe I should get a little checkup and get off of you. Nita? Don't worry about me adjacent. You know I'm as tough as nails. It's you that I'm worried about. She kept shifting, trying to adjust her posture. The warmth of her skin seeped through the thin sheet of sweat on her clothes and charged an intimate tension lingering in the air. Before long, I realized something wasn't quite right. Nita, did you fall on purpose? Huh? How'd you catch on that fast? So not even denying it. Yeah, say not even denying it.
I feel like if I were to do something like that, I would try and then accidentally fall for real and then break my nose.
That would be our luck.
Like,
You do that, we'd do stuff, and then
with a broken nose, shortly after breaking it?
Well, no, I mean like before the broken. So you'd like accidentally fall. That would lead to other things, and then after that, you would then probably.
Well, if I've already fallen, how would I break my nose after that?
You actually fall that time instead of fake falling.
No, I'd fuck it up the first try.
Oh, okay.
And then
I was giving you the benefit of the doubt with the first try.
And then we'd be sitting at urgent care, and I would have to have a very awkward conversation with my boss as to how I broke my nose.
バレちゃったんだからこれ以上隠しても意味ないじゃん。
I mean, at least Nita's like very honest. Like, well, no point in hiding if you guess you already knew.
それでね、実は
I figured this whole frail damsel routine might be a good thing to try since I'm not usually the one that's the frail one. Yeah, usually a frail damsel doesn't usually say a sentence like I'm tough as nails.
Yeah, she does if she's posturing.
Fair enough. So any particular reason for this fake fall?
だってベッドから
Well, I noticed you fuss over me more whenever I'm laying in bed.
だから新しいキャラでやってこうかな。
I mean,
I honestly, mood. I get it, girl. I get it. I need more centaurs. I guess I'm gonna go bang a centaur.
let's not risk anything, okay? I'd much rather you see you healthy and get full of life before pulling stunts like this. That's a way better look on you anyway.
あれ
Alright, guess I misread the situation. She let out a long sigh, sheepishly scratching her chin as she admitted of her miscalculation. But instead of getting up, she suddenly tightened her hold on me, mischief sparking in her eyes. Oh no.
せっかくだし
Well, since we're already in this position, how about we follow through on that promise of some therapy, in quotations.
Is this the part where you take an intermission?
とぼけないでよ。
I think it might be here soon. Although it's right near the end of the story chapter, so I'm probably going to end after this.
I'll try to be patient.
Don't play dumb with me. You said it yourself, remember? Anything I want as many times as I want. Exhaling a warm breath, she leaned in and pressed her lips on mine in a hot, lingering kiss. Clearly, her appetite wasn't the only thing that had returned to her.
One second thought, if you're occupied with your wife, I can just go do some reading. It's okay.
I didn't say that.
That's why I am.
Damn. Realizing exactly what she wanted, I opened my arms and wrapped them tightly around her. Oh, I like how it time skips to that night.
のぞみさんは今日からこちらにいるんですか？
Yeah, so I don't get in trouble with Twitch.
Correct.
Huh, so Nemozi's going to be stationed here permanently starting today?
そう。分析員さんが
Liu Jason asked me to stay here and look after Yogurt. Oh god. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, we trust Yogurt, the, poorly named AI, to the other, I guess, not evil AI person that we know. The tiny hologram figure projected from the drone quietly drifted behind my back as if it was trying to hide behind me. As if it was not made of light. What's wrong, Yogurt? I crouched down and gently patted her, quotations, head, keeping my voice soft and reassuring. before we had managed to free Yogurt's consciousness from the Abyss Watcher. But because of the deep levels of fusion, parts of the cognitive and local functions have got lost. Thankfully, New Ontario seemed to have the right technology to help with this kind of recovery. So I asked Nozomi to oversee her treatment and assign her as a liaison in New Ontario. Who is this, Mr. Cobalt? She clung to me tightly in the hem of my coat, an old habit she hadn't forgotten. Don't be scared, Yogurt. Just be a good girl and it'll get you some yummy batteries to eat. Wait, you actually eat batteries? Oh no, it's just a meme that we do with holographic people. Well, I want to go outside with, you know, Cobalt, the tall lady, and the other tall lady. I don't want to be stuck here at the base with the flat-chested lady.
Wow.
Damn. What did I do to deserve that? Wow, the two flat-chested people suddenly have a glaring look. One of them's like, what did I do to deserve that? The other one goes, I feel you, sister.
Listen, somebody tried to call me out like that, I'd be like, bitch, no.
Yogurt, you said you wanted to help people, right? You don't have to go outside to do that, but you can help us right from the base like Caroline does. Alright, but if Mr. Cobalt isn't around, can I even handle it? I'm sure you can, Yogurt. Back then, even when I wasn't by your side, you kept your promise, didn't you? I held out my pinky, trying to hook it up with the hologram. Besides, this place is my home, and I may leave for missions now and then, but I'll always come back. Well, if Mr. Cobalt says so, then I'll try my best. There you go. Oh, and Nozomi? Yeah? No need to be so uptight, but I'll be counting you to look after Yogurt, so if you can get the chance, maybe show her around New Ontario. I'll take good care of her. But as for the tour, let's make it a group outing. It's been ages since you last visited here. Nozomi shot me a playful look, raising an eyebrow. Alright, well, I know you got a packed schedule, so I'll leave you to your meetings. I'm taking Yogurt to check on the new office. Sounds good. We'll catch up later. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Cobalt. Bye-bye, tall lady. Bye-bye, flat lady number 2.
Oh.
Caroline, that was unnecessarily specific glares. And they're gone. If you don't mind me asking, why Nozomi? You could have had, you know, anyone else look after Yogurt too. Well, first, I didn't want to put any more work on your plate. You know, you've already been carried plenty. And second, Nozomi is a, you know, transient person, so it makes sense that they'd be able to handle and help an AI with new life. I want her to witness how humanity preserves through hardship and rebuilds from lost as well. Even though transients and bionic people have different beliefs, it truly doesn't matter. They set aside their differences to come together and build a bright future. And you're hoping that seeing this for herself will help that little girl become something different from Edda? That's up to the future to decide. By the way, Caroline, I heard things got complicated at the academia. Well, actually, this time the complications are on our side too. Oh? Yeah, about Miss Narita, your partner investigator from certain mission. She was recently declared deceased by the Institute with Taijin contamination cited. Oh. However, according to our trusted sources, she didn't actually die. She faked her death. Her sudden vanishing was thrown for the entire investigation department into chaos. So Narita's faked her own death is now playing by her own rules. I'm sorry? Nothing. Do we have any leads as where she might be? Unfortunately, none at the moment, though I could send someone to look into it. No, that won't be necessary. I'm just thinking out loud. She's no enemy of ours. Whatever path she chooses, her decision to make. A smile crossed my lips as I gazed upon the horizon beyond the window. Besides, leaving with a goodbye just means fate with a reunited plan somewhere down the road.
目的地に到着しました。自動運転を終了。
Soft has porcelain skin glow. Oh, I guess we found Narita. As if drawn by unseen forces, her gaze shifted towards a large glass door ahead. And now, unmistakably familiar, stood the man she had been unable to stop thinking about. The very man who claimed her first kiss.
Oh?
Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Her ruby lips curved into a faint, anemic smile. The rhythmic click of her heels on the pavement echoed like a herald of destiny, signaling the reunion from right into the stars. So at long last, the solitary vessel that had drifted between the underworld and the realm of the living had found its harbor. Oh, we get to see the picture again of us holding Nita. Oh, and I just realized on this one it has yogurt there. Philosopher's story will be continued in the next chapter. Alright, and with that, that should be the end of this one here. So. Alright. So with that, we're able to finish the story. I might try to get to more of like the actual like mini-game events maybe next time. But, yeah, we were able to get through the actual story chapter. That's good. So, yeah, I'll have to work on the actual minigame stuff next time we stream this.
You did it. Congratulations.
Yeah. Do I have enough to do a 10 poll to see if we can get Narita? No. No, I'm a little bit short. Okay, so we won't be able to see if we can get our, you know, new girl now, but maybe we can try to get her at some point. Alright, so let me just close this out. Alright, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and end this one here. So let me see who we can go give a nice little raid to.
Hello.
Hi. Alright, who do I know is streaming? Yeah, a good few people. I don't think I've raided Maple Chicken in a while. One time in the last 30 days. Yeah, I'm gonna give a raid over to Maple Chicken.
My titties could never.
Maybe.
No.
Oh, okay.
They're not the right shape for that.
I mean... Anyways, can't say more on that on Twitch. So... Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you all enjoyed, and I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Like I said, we'll get to some of the other event stuff later. This next week, I'm not sure how much stream I'm going to actually be able to get in, because I'm going to be doing a lot of working, finishing up my current job, because my next day off is not till literally Wednesday.
Oh yeah, you're going to be delivery working.
Yeah. So, I have my new job coming up, which hopefully means we'll have more streaming then. But we'll see how that goes. So, might not be a lot of streaming this next week. I'll probably maybe put an announcement for it for Discord. But yeah, I think other than that, I think that's about it. So, probably not a lot of streaming this week, like I said, and then we'll go from there as time goes as I'm switching jobs. So, that's about it. So once again, thank you for watching. Hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you guys next time wearing this maid outfit. So, have a good night, everyone.